all parties to the conflict must comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. Violations of these obligations not only undermine prospects for peace, but also erode the fundamental norms of our shared humanity. Mongolia acknowledges the critical role of the United Nations, regional actors, and broader international community in advancing peace efforts and promoting a sustainable political solution. We welcome the initiative of the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation on the Recovery and Reconstruction, which demonstrates the important regional leadership in laying the foundations for stability and sustainable development. We also welcome the establishment of the Global Alliance for the implementation of two-state solutions and the convening of this conference as a timely and necessary effort to move from words to actions. The time has come not to revive another process, but to implement once and for all what the international community has long agreed upon, the realization of two states living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Let us be guided by the principles of international law and solidarity. Mongolia stands ready to support all genuine efforts that contribute to comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Mongolia for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Oman.
الرئيسان المشاركان.
Co-chairs. The Sultanate of Oman extends at the outset its sincere thanks and appreciation to the custodian of the two holy shrines, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud of the sisterly kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, President of the Friendly French Republic, for their appreciated effort in calling for this conference, which represents a real commitment to achieving a just and lasting peace in our region. We also express our deep appreciation to everyone who contributed to organizing this event for a better future for the region and its people. The Sultanate of Oman welcomes the historic announcement by His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron of France of the intention to recognize the State of Palestine, and we also welcome the announcement by the British Prime Minister of his country's intention to recognize the Palestinian state during the upcoming United Nations General Assembly. The Sultanate of Oman calls upon the rest of the states that have not yet recognized the Palestinian state to do so immediately. Honorable presence. Today, we stand before your kind gathering, bearing the firm message of the Sultanate of Oman in its values and humanitarian positions in support of the Palestinian right to self-determination and the establishment of an independent and sovereign state with East Jerusalem as its capital under international law. Therefore, the two-state solution is the only and just way to achieve a comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East, a solution that is based on the resolutions of international legitimacy and has been embodied in the Arab Peace Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, today we see that the hope for peace is being eroded by unilateral Israeli policies, the expansion of illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, not to mention the tragic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. The nature of the current Israeli government's policies as the most extreme in decades further complicates the landscape and directly hampers all effort to relaunch the peace process. We condemn in the strongest terms the adoption by the Israeli Knesset of a draft decision calling for the imposition of Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank in Palestine in a new defiance of the provisions of international law and resolutions of international legitimacy, and a deliberate undermining of the chances for peace in the Middle East. In light of this reality, talking about the two-state solution is no longer enough, but should be translated into a viable plan backed by serious political will and practical measures based on the approved international points of reference. We commend friendly states that have taken courageous and responsible steps to recognize the state of Palestine, a recognition that represents not only a legal and political position, but also a moral expression of siding with justice and human rights. These positions enhance the chances for real peace and constitute positive pressure towards ending the occupation and achieving a just settlement. From this rostrum, we renew the call for the rest of the world, especially those countries that believe in the principles of international law and the right of peoples to self-determination, to follow suit and enable the Palestinian people to gain full international recognition of their independent state on their land. We also stress that the state of Palestine be granted full membership in the United Nations. Admitting the State of Palestine as a full member of this organization is a legitimate right and a motivation for the peace process, and reflects a real translation of the positions into practical realities. And we are grateful for the tireless effort made by the 8 working groups, whose work played an active and constructive role and contributed to laying the foundation for sustained international engagement for this conference in support of a just and lasting peace. The microphone has been cut.
Je remercie
I thank the representative of Oman for his statement.
Je donne maintenant la parole.
I now give the floor to the representative of Tajikistan.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, Tajikistan welcomes the convening of this timely high-level conference. We commend the co-chairs, France and Saudi Arabia, for their leadership and for bringing the international community together to discuss the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. We are deeply concerned by the continued violence and the worsening humanitarian situation in Palestine. The toll on civilians, especially women and children, is devastating. Prospects for peace are growing increasingly fragile. Tajikistan supports the peaceful resolution of conflicts. We believe in dialogue, mutual respect, and the adherence to international law. Sustainable peace in Palestine depends on inclusive political processes guided by the principles of the UN Charter. We also believe that the only viable path to a just and lasting peace lies in the full implementation of relevant UN resolutions. This must lead to the establishment of independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We recognize the essential role of the United Nations. We also welcome the contributions of regional and international partners, including the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, in advancing diplomacy and supporting humanitarian efforts. Tajikistan has, within its capacity, extended humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people and stands ready to continue supporting those in need. Excellencies, the international community shares a responsibility to protect civilians and to prevent further escalation. We must help create the condition for a credible political process. We urge all parties to exercise restraint and choose the path of peace. Tajikistan stands in solidarity with all those affected by the conflict. We remain committed to international efforts that promote peace, stability, and justice. Let us use this moment to reaffirm our commitment to dialogue, coexistence, and international law. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Tajikistan for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Guatemala.
Señores copresidentes,
Co-chairs. On behalf of the government of Guatemala, I'd like to thank the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership and commitment in convening and organizing this international conference. It's an opportunity to undertake concrete steps and try to make progress towards a just and definitive resolution of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. We also recognize the valuable work of the co-chairs of the conference's working groups, whose diplomatic efforts made it possible to structure key topics to advance on proposals aimed at achieving tangible outcomes. The Republic of Guatemala officially recognized Palestine on the 8th of April 2013 as a free, independent, and sovereign state. Likewise, on the 14th of May 1948, we were the first country in Latin America to recognize the founding of the State of Israel. These decisions reflect not only our historic commitment to the international recognition of sovereign states, but also to promoting peace and stability in the Middle East. Hence, Guatemala advocates a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side within safe and recognized borders, addressing Israel's legitimate security concerns and enabling the establishment of a Palestinian state that is politically and economically viable. Co-chairs, undoubtedly the abhorrent terrorist acts perpetrated by Hamas on the 7th of October 2023 and the response by the State of Israel, which has primarily affected the civilian population residing in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, contravene the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law. In addition, we are alarmed by the repercussions of this conflict across the rest of the region. We have seen deeply concerning developments in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. Guatemala therefore joins other countries in calling for an immediate ceasefire to enable humanitarian activities to proceed unhindered in a favorable environment, and we call for the release of hostages. We sincerely hope that this will lead to a sustainable ceasefire. We reaffirm our profound commitment to respecting international humanitarian law and the principles enshrined in the Geneva Conventions. Guatemala condemns all acts of violence that primarily affect the civilian population. We also express our deep-rooted concern at the severe humanitarian crisis currently unfolding in the Gaza Strip. More than 1 million people have been displaced, and the destruction of critical civilian infrastructure has left the population without access to essential services such as drinking water, medical care, and electricity. The suffering of the civilian population is unacceptable and requires urgent attention. The consequences are particularly devastating for women, the elderly, and children displaced by the conflict, who are facing profound trauma, violence, loss of protection, and hunger. In the face of this human tragedy, we firmly appeal to all parties involved to fully respect international humanitarian law and to ensure the protection of these vulnerable groups, of critical civilian infrastructure, and unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance. Co-chairs, we believe in the urgent need to move towards a sustainable peace, bringing an end to decades of war and suffering. We decisively support the two-state solution as the only just, sustainable, and viable path to peace. As a nation committed to peace and security, Guatemala will continue to support the international community in promoting a negotiated, non-military political solution to the conflict. We encourage all parties involved, as well as the international community, to continue working to bring an end to this war. This will only be possible through diplomacy and dialogue. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Guatemala for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the Compassionate and the Merciful, distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, for nearly 80 years, significant concessions have been granted to the occupying regime in the Palestinian territories. The policy of appeasement has proven ineffective in achieving peace, instead legitimizing and reinforcing the Israeli regime expansionist policies. The Gaza Strip has been reduced to rubble, and tens of thousands of inhabitants have been brutally slaughtered. Meanwhile, the regime intends to annex the West Bank to previously occupied Palestinian territory. Besides, the so-called Abraham Accord proved to be of no added value for the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question. Rather, it merely emboldened the regime to reinforce and continue its destabilizing policies in Palestine and beyond. The regime brutality in violation of international law and the UN Charter further extended to the territory of sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran. From 13 to 25 June, the Iranian vital infrastructure, scientists, civilians, including women and children, and civilian objects, as well as the IAEA safeguard nuclear facilities, were targeted by unprovoked attacks by the Israeli regime, abated with the US direct engagement. Distinguished colleagues, the Charter described the principles of self-determination and imposed upon the United Nations to duty to respect the right of each nation to choose freely to be master of its destiny. With such conviction, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its principled position that the lasting peace and security in the region can only be achieved through the establishment of an independent sovereign state of Palestine rooted in the genuine will of the original inhabitants regardless of their religion, as would be expressed in a free and inclusive referendum. The Islamic Republic of Iran firmly believes that any genuine initiative to realize the inalienable right of the Palestinian people must include the following core principles. 1. A just and lasting peace in Palestine can only be achieved through the full realization of the Palestinian people's inherent right to continued resistance and self-determination and to complete the end of occupation, apartheid, and all forms of colonial domination. Second, the Palestinian admission as a full member of the United Nations must be prioritized. The Security Council, under Article 4 of the UN Charter, is duty-bound to recommend Palestine membership. This process must not be obstructed by the United States. 3. The occupying regime must be held fully accountable for its systematic and widespread violation of international humanitarian and human rights law, including war crimes, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and its prolonged illegal occupation and apartheid policies. No form of immunity and impunity should shield such egregious violations. In light of its continued defiance of the UN Charter, the Israeli regime must face targeted sanction and suspension of its UN membership to protect the integrity and credibility of the organization. Any attempt to normalize relations with the Israeli occupying regime, as long as it persists in its illegal occupation and atrocity crimes, is a betrayal of international law and justice. Such actions undermine regional and international peace and security, confer unwarranted legitimacy on the criminal practices of the Israeli regime, and further embolden it to perpetrate grave violation of international law with impunity. We call for a sustainable solution and warn that any solution that is rooted in apartheid, injustice and inequality will not be a sustainable one. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant de la République.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Dominican Republic. Chairs of the conference, the Dominican Republic would like to begin by expressing its thanks to the co-chairs, France and Saudi Arabia, for the work that they've done over the last few months to make this meeting possible. We also acknowledge the hard work undertaken by all of the countries participating in the 8 working groups which have presented their conclusions this week. This was timely and much needed work. We cannot stand indifferent to the current crisis in the region. As a country committed to the principles of international law and international humanitarian law, the Dominican Republic expresses its deep concern over the humanitarian situation afflicting the civilian population in the region. We urgently call on all parties to ensure safe, swift, and unobstructed access to humanitarian assistance for all those in need, in accordance with the obligations established under the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols. Our country stands ready to continue supporting all diplomatic efforts made by the international community to facilitate dialogue, ease tensions, and to promote an international order based on respect for the rule of law, where human dignity, justice, and inclusive development are the guiding principles. In this context, the Dominican Republic wishes to reiterate its steadfast support for the existence of a Palestinian state. We trust that the outcomes of this conference, particularly on the basis of the contributions presented by the various working groups, will make an important contribution to this shared objective in favor of peace. We hope that this will be achieved through the full implementation of a 2-state solution and through the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of this organization. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the representative of the Dominican Republic for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, at the outset, allow me to express my appreciation to the government of France and Saudi Arabia for convening this vital high-level conference. It is my honor to speak today on behalf of a nation that not long ago emerged from the shadow of conflict, devastation, and grief. Cambodia, now all too well the human cause of war and the destructive power of hatred. This experience compels us to approach today's deliberations with a profound commitment to peace. As a small and peace-loving state, Cambodia cannot overstate the values of peace. Yet today, our peace has been gravely disrupted. The situation along our border remains fragile, following a series of hostile acts by our neighbors. Mr. President, Cambodia reaffirmed its unwavering support for 2-state solution as the only viable path to a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace between Israel and Palestine. The vision rooted in relevant United Nations resolution and international law envision two sovereign states coexistent side by side in harmony within secure and recognized border. In this regard, Cambodia further endorsed Palestine's aspiration for full membership of the United Nations. Cambodia called for utmost genuine effort to resolve the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict through diplomacy, peaceful resolution, starting with a permanent ceasefire agreement, which is urgently needed to protect life and provide relief to the suffering. We express deep concern about the persistent violence and humanitarian suffering in the region, which must not be allowed to continue unchecked. Civilian safety must be non-negotiable. We strongly condemn all acts of terrorism and violence targeting civilians. Such action only deep division and perpetuate cycle of vengeance. The horror of war cannot be resolved through further conflict. Cambodia urges all parties to engage in meaningful dialogue guided by international law and humanitarian principles. Cambodia calls upon the international community to renew its commitment and solidarity to multilateralism, strengthen the roles of United Nations, and advocate for constructive engagement between all stakeholders to support negotiations that lead to a just, lasting, and peaceful resolution. In conclusion, Cambodia wishes to underscore the importance of upholding the principle of mutual respect and tolerance as fundamental pillar of peaceful coexistence, stability, and progress throughout the region. Let us move beyond finger-pointing and unite in our shared humanity. Let peace not be a distant dream, but a shared and achievable reality. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie M.
I thank the representative of Cambodia for that statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Holy See.
Mr. Co-Chairs, at the outset, my delegation wishes to express its appreciation to France and Saudi Arabia for convening this conference and to thank the co-chairs of the working groups for their dedicated efforts. In an era where strength is frequently regarded as a prerequisite for peace, this gathering should serve as a poignant reminder that only through patient and inclusive dialogue a just and lasting conflict resolution can be achieved. Mr. Co-Chairs, in the light of the profound anguish and terrible human suffering that has befallen the region, the Holy See reiterates its unequivocal condemnation of the heinous terrorist attack of 7 October by Hamas against the people of Israel. Terrorism can never be justified. At the same time, the Holy See emphasizes that the right to self-defense should be exercised within the traditional limit of necessity and proportionality. The Holy See remains gravely concerned by the worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. The devastating impact on civilians, especially the number of children killed, has been compounded by the destructions of homes, hospitals, and places of worship, with the recent attack on the Holy Family Church further wounding an already distressed community. This is deeply concerning given that Christians in the region have long played a vital role as a moderating and stabilizing presence, promoting dialogue and peace. The mass displacement of families, the breakdown of essential services, growing famine, and widespread deprivation shock the human conscience and require an immediate coordinated response from the international community. Therefore, the Holy See urgently calls for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all Israeli hostages, the restitutions of the bodies of the deceased, the protection of all Palestinian civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and unhindered access to humanitarian assistance. Mr. Co-Chairs, the Holy See remains convinced that the two-state solution based on a secure and internationally recognized borders is the only viable and equitable path towards a just and lasting peace. To support this vision, the Holy See has already taken meaningful steps. It formally recognized the State of Israel through the 1993 Fundamental Agreement and the State of Palestine through the 2015 Comprehensive Agreement. It continues to uphold the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including the right to self-determination. The Holy See supports their legitimate aspiration to live in freedom, security, and dignity within an independent and sovereign state. Mr. Co-Chairs, Jerusalem is a city of universal religion and cultural significance. It is sacred to Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. Therefore, it requires a status that transcends political divisions and ensures the preservation of its unique identity. To this end, the Holy See reiterates its long-standing call for an international guaranteed special status capable of ensuring the dignity and rights of all its inhabitants and the faithful of the three monotheistic religions, the equality before the law of their institutions and communities, safeguarding the city's sacred character and its exceptional religious and cultural heritage. Furthermore, it must ensure the protection of the holy places, guarantee the unhindered right to access them and to worship there. It must also preserve the status quo where applicable. In Jerusalem, no one should be subjected to harassment. Therefore, it is regrettable that Christians feel increasingly threatened in the old city of Jerusalem. Mr. Co-Chairs, my delegation sincerely hopes that this conference will help build trust and strengthen the commitment of all parties to pursuing peace. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the representative of the Holy See for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Namibia.
Merci beaucoup et shukran for giving Namibia the floor to address this assembly. Namibia reaffirms its long-standing and principled position on the question of Palestine. The rights of the Palestinian people are not a matter of negotiation or compromise. They are rights guaranteed under international law, affirmed by countless United Nations resolutions and recognized by the international community. Yet, we continue to witness with grave concern the unfolding deadly and destructive violence and loss of human life that undermine efforts towards a peaceful resolution of the long-standing conflict. Israel's indiscriminate attacks against civilians in Gaza are the latest episode in the 77 years of the Nakba. The escalating violence is amongst the deadliest on record for women, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Namibia remains particularly worried about the worsening humanitarian situation. Throughout Gaza, freedom of movement and access to humanitarian relief remain severely limited despite the clear provisions of Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Let us be reminded that the weaponization of starvation as a method of warfare is prohibited under international law and must be halted. We firmly believe that the path to peace must begin with an immediate and unconditional ceasefire by all parties and the full implementation of all UN resolutions. This is an imperative that will pave the way for just, lasting, and comprehensive peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, living side by side, coexisting in an atmosphere of peace and security. No amount of humanitarian and economic support can substitute a negotiated two-state solution, which is the only solution to meet the legitimate security needs of both Israelis and Palestinians. This also implies the urgency of ensuring accountability by all parties. Moreover, there is an urgency to solving the ongoing fiscal crisis faced by the Palestinian Authority due to a combination of factors, including a foreign aid shortfall and the impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The World Bank has reported that the conflict has plunged the Palestinian economy into its deepest contraction in over a generation, with Gaza experiencing near total paralysis and the West Bank facing a deep recession. The continuation of this crisis is impacting an already fragile Palestinian economy and threatens to destabilize an already volatile situation. The situation is exacerbated by the Israeli government's withholding of funds and restrictions on humanitarian aid delivery, and we urge the international community to provide coordinated support to address this crisis. My delegation resolutely supports the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member state of the United Nations with all rights and privileges. The recent Security Council veto that blocked Palestine's full UN membership is a significant setback for international efforts to resolve the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Palestine has held observer status at the UN since 2012 and has diligently worked towards full membership, which is a vital step toward recognizing Palestinian statehood. Currently, Palestine is acknowledged as a sovereign nation by 149 of the 193 member states, demonstrating overwhelming international support for its rightful recognition. We call on the UN Security Council to reconsider its stance and to take a just decision that reflects the rights and aspirations of Palestinians. In conclusion, Namibia's commitment and solidarity with the Palestinian people is unwavering. We believe in their inalienable right to self-determination and full recognition as a rightful member of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, ensuring they secure their long overdue place within the global community of nations. Namibia remains dedicated to supporting all diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving these vital goals, advocating for justice, peace, and equality.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Namibia for that statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Co-chairs, Thailand would like to express our deep appreciation for your collective efforts and determination in convening this conference to reaffirm our shared political will and commitment to ensuring peace and stability in the Middle East. This long-awaited conference aims to advance international support for a just, lasting, and comprehensive resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict through the peaceful implementation of the two-state solution. Co-chairs, regrettably, one delegation raised an unrelated issue. While I had not intended to bring this bilateral matter into this very important forum, I must briefly clarify the facts to prevent misunderstanding. On July 28, through the good offices of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Shah Fasian, a ceasefire was agreed. Yet, shortly after it took effect on July 29th, our neighbor resumed cross-border fire and incursions into Thailand territory in grave violation of the agreement. Thailand urges our neighbor to adhere strictly to the ceasefire agreement and reaffirms its commitment to working through existing bilateral channels, and to refrain from disseminating false or misleading information, and to engage in good faith. Co-chairs, the dire situation in Gaza, with ongoing hostilities, humanitarian suffering, and widespread displacements, as well as rising tensions across the broader Middle East region, urgently call for renewed dialogue and efforts to safeguard peace and stability. Allow me to highlight the following points. First, Thailand reaffirms our support for the two-state solution as the only viable path to lasting peace, in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions, with the states of Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. An inclusive approach is essential. Thailand supports all efforts by the UN, regional and international partners, including the League of Arab States, the OIC, and peace-loving nations, to foster meaningful dialogue and create conditions for peace. Trust must be rebuilt through confidence-building measures, constructive engagement, and inclusive diplomacy that addresses the concerns and aspirations of all parties. Second, we'll continue to call for a ceasefire that is sustainable, and an immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. With Thai nationals among those affected, we have witnessed firsthand the human toll that extends beyond the region. Peace in the Middle East is therefore a shared responsibility for us all. Third, the protection of civilians remains our priority. We support the immediate, safe, unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance in accordance with international humanitarian law. Co-chairs, today let us reaffirm our collective resolve to bring this conflict to a permanent end through constructive dialogue and action-oriented solutions. Let history not remember us for our inaction, but for our courage to take decisive steps in the pursuit of peace over conflict.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Thailand for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Agradezco a Arabia.
I thank Saudi Arabia and France for convening this high-level conference. On the 29th of November 1947, Ecuador voted in favor of United Nations General Assembly Resolution 181. Co-chairs, for Ecuador, multilateralism must urgently contribute to decisively addressing the needs of peoples. Hence, Ecuador maintains that the concept of peace and security must be applied in a timely, effective, and consistent fashion to allow us to address emerging threats to democracy and human rights, including terrorism and transnational organized crime. These are global scourges that know no borders and that no country can confront alone. This realistic approach, grounded in effective multilateralism, must also be applied to the issue before us today. No military action, abductions, conquests, uprisings, famines, or abhorrent acts of terrorism have managed to resolve, nor will they resolve this issue. Almost 8 decades of pursuing such a path unsuccessfully should be enough. It's time to stop the blame game and instead to focus on achieving a lasting agreement once and for all. The only viable path is to move towards a negotiated, peaceful, definitive and just solution for the parties. My country hopes that in the not too distant future, peace and security may return to the region. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, let me also thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France for convening this important conference. We also commend the contributions and ongoing engagement of all high-level representatives presented over the past 3 days. Kyrgyzstan stands in full solidarity with the people of Palestine, particularly in light of the devastating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We're gravely concerned by the suffering endured by innocent civilians, especially women, children, and elderly. The ceasefire agreement from January 2025 brought a brief yet significant pause in hostages, enabled the exchange of prisoners and hostages, and allowed the critical humanitarian assistance delivered by the UN, ICRC, and other partners to those who is on urgent need. Regrettably, this fragile ceasefire was short-lived. Hostilities have resumed, and once again, it is the civilian population that bears to the greatest burden. However, the situation is not hopeless. Let's collectively reaffirm our unwavering commitment to peace, dialogue, and the protection of human life. We call all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to uphold their responsibilities under international humanitarian law. Excellencies, 149 UN member states have recognized the state of Palestine. Kyrgyzstan is proud to be among them. We established diplomatic relations with Palestine back in 1995, and this year we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of our diplomatic ties. We welcome the decision made by France on the recognition of the state of Palestine and the decision of the United Kingdom, which was announced yesterday at this very stage. We believe that a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict must be based on the relevant UN resolutions and the long-standing principle of two states for two people, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, the global community must remain united in its efforts to end the bloodshed, to prevent the further loss of innocent lives, prevent further escalation of the full-scale humanitarian catastrophe. We welcome initiative to establish the international coalition to advance the implementation of two-state solution. Kyrgyzstan is ready and will contribute to all international efforts aimed at achieving a just, comprehensive, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. And I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Kyrgyzstan for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan commends and sincerely thanks the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their leadership in reviving international momentum for a just, lasting, and peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Kazakhstan has consistently supported the realization of the two-state solution as the only viable path to a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the Middle East. We firmly believe that the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and viable state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security, remains essential to regional and global stability. This vision is founded especially on the relevant UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions. At the same time, Kazakhstan unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks carried out on the 7th of October 2023, which led to the killing of civilians and the taking of hostages. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Such acts are unacceptable and have no justification under international law. The protection of civilians must be upheld on all sides. We are deeply alarmed by continuing escalation of violence, the unprecedented level of human suffering in Gaza, and the absence of a genuine political horizon. The dire humanitarian situation is unacceptable and demands urgent international attention. Kazakhstan reaffirms its support for the central role of the United Nations in efforts to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hence, we highly commend and support the work of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Near East in providing vital services and protection to millions of Palestinian refugees. It has been for 7 decades a crucial lifeline for them despite unprecedented operational challenges and funding shortfalls. Kazakhstan has been contributing voluntary financial support to UNRWA core and emergency programs and stands ready to continue this assistance. We call for sustained and predictable funding for it and safeguard its neutrality, operational integrity, and viability. Furthermore, we express our solidarity with the people of Palestine and reaffirm our readiness to extend humanitarian and development assistance, including to the civilian population in Gaza. We also believe that ensuring accountability and adherence to international humanitarian and human rights law must be at the heart of any meaningful process toward peace. The protection of civilians must remain paramount. There can be no lasting peace without justice, dignity, and mutual recognition. Peace cannot be deferred indefinitely. Kazakhstan welcomes efforts aimed at rebuilding confidence and revitalizing dialogue between the parties as well as within the international community, including through regional and multilateral platforms. We are also open to participating in broader efforts to create enabling conditions for the resumption of meaningful peace negotiations under the auspices of the UN and in line with the internationally agreed parameters. To conclude, the international community has a moral and political responsibility to act. Let us stand for a just and secure Middle East while restoring the faith of generations who deserve to grow up free from fear with rights and opportunities. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Co-chairs, my delegation welcomes the convening of this important international conference, which offers up an opportunity to work together towards the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. My country would like to reiterate its heartfelt congratulations to France and Saudi Arabia. Thank you for your leadership as co-chairs of the conference. Rest assured, you have our full support. Côte d'Ivoire would like to, speaking from this high rostrum, reiterate its support for the initiatives of the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, efforts for peace in the Middle East. We urge the continuation of his tireless efforts to ensure the definitive resolution of the crisis between Israel and Palestine. Co-chairs, this meeting is being held in an international context strongly characterized by the exacerbation of the Israeli-Palestinian crisis, with deadly atrocities, loss of human life, infrastructure destruction, massive civilian displacement, as well as hostages still being detained. According to data from the last report published by the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, to date, the number of people dead and injured due to Hamas's attack on Israel and Israel's counterattacks in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank since the 7th October 2023 stands at 58,000 dead and over 139,000 injured. Faced with this situation, its unprecedented proportions in which we fear humanitarian collapse in Gaza, Côte d'Ivoire, alarmed by this tragedy, would like to once again call for restraint and for recourse to diplomacy for a peaceful and lasting settlement of the crisis. My delegation welcomes the adoption on the 12th of June of this year by the General Assembly of a resolution demanding a ceasefire in Gaza and guarantees that sufficient aid immediately reaches Palestinian civilians. We remain convinced that it is only its effective implementation that will allow to save lives, human dignity, and foster peace. Furthermore, much like many other delegations, we deplore the lack of consensus within the Security Council on this issue. We invite the Council to put aside its differences, especially in humanitarian emergency situations. Co-chairs, indeed, the war in Gaza, which was started on the 7th of October 2023, dealt another blow to the idea of a negotiating solution, solidifying positions and taking us ever further away from the prospects of a return to peace in the region. Nonetheless, we believe that this meeting gives us an excellent opportunity to reiterate our common commitment and attachment to a peaceful settlement of the conflict in Palestine. We deplore the fact that the settlement efforts have been stalling for decades. Indeed, these deliberations are an opportunity to revive international support for peace. My country stands convinced that it is through respect for international law and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions that a lasting and mutually acceptable solution to the conflict can be found. On this note, we reiterate our commitment to the two-state solution, two states coexisting in peace within 1967 borders. This unswerving position, the position of Côte d'Ivoire, has for decades been advocated for by Félix Houphouët-Boigny, our first president. It was then reiterated by his successors, in particular His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. This is the thrust behind our support for relevant UN Security Council UN resolutions calling for a ceasefire, the delivery of humanitarian aid, and the implementation of a two-state solution. Co-chairs, to conclude, I'd like to ardently reiterate that we wish this conference every success. We hope that it will allow for progress on the implementation of UN resolutions on the question of Palestine and the two-state solution, so as to achieve comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you for your kind attention. I thank the representative of Côte d'Ivoire for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Romania.
Esteemed co-chairs, Your Excellencies, Romania welcomes the convening of the international conference in a key moment for the future of the Middle East and our collective security. We wholeheartedly hope that this timely initiative will be a decisive step in reviving the two-state solution and setting it on an irreversible course. We would also like to congratulate the conveners of the conference, the two co-chairs of the event, France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the co-chairs of the 8 working groups for undertaking this responsibility and for all the hard work that went into the preparations. The events that have transpired since the heinous terrorist attack of October 7th, 2023, provide unquestionable evidence that we must keep working towards a political resolution, and our presence here today reflects this common understanding. Regretfully, a ceasefire has not been renewed as of yet. There are hostages still in captivity, and the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains extremely dire. We hope and continue to act in support of an agreement that might open up new opportunities for the whole region. Your Excellencies, from the outset, I would like to underline Romania's long-standing support of a negotiated settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. We strongly believe that this is the only sustainable solution that meets both the legitimate aspiration for statehood of the Palestinian people and the necessary security guarantees for Israel, as well as a viable promise for enduring peace and stability in the Middle East. Romania recognized the State of Palestine back in 1988 and for many years continued to foster close ties with both sides, played its part in mediating the early Israeli-Palestinian peace talks, and reiterated their mutual right to live in peace, security, and prosperity. Excellencies, what happened on October 7, 2023 has no justification. We condemn the brutal attack of Hamas against the State of Israel and the Israeli people. Hamas's hostage policy is unacceptable and undermines the future of the two-state solution. Once more, we call for the immediate, unconditional, and dignified release of all hostages. On the other hand, the suffering and destruction in Gaza today reach an unprecedented level. We are witnessing the gravely degraded humanitarian situation in Gaza and the suffering of innocent, especially women and children. The security of Israel cannot and will not come at the cost of civilian lives in Gaza. This is why, along with our EU and regional partners, Romania supports a ceasefire, concrete steps to re-establish decent living conditions for the civilian population of Gaza, and a comprehensive peace agreement as the only path to ensure lasting security for both Israel and the Palestinian people. From the beginning, Romania prioritized the provision of humanitarian aid to the region, sent multiple shipments of humanitarian aid to Gaza, and facilitated the evacuation of pediatric patients from the street, along with their family members. We have carried out so far, together with the European Union, with the European Commission, 7 humanitarian flights for 76 children and 185 family members. 41 of them are currently being treated in Romanian hospitals, and we are committed to continue these efforts. But this is just a temporary and scarce fix for a very complex situation, which needs long-term measures in order to address the reconstruction of Gaza and to heal the physical and emotional scars of this drawn-out conflict. We must continue to assist the Palestinian Authority in preparing its future role, both in the West Bank and Gaza, its capacity building and its reform agenda. Romania remains strongly committed to the principles underlying humanitarian aid. Acknowledging an international community based on the respect of the international law, including international humanitarian law and solidarity, we back a collaborative long-term solution for a reform UNRWA, moving forward with the ongoing process of completely putting the Colonna recommendations into practice. We appreciate the efforts made by EU High Representative Kaja Kallas to reach an agreement with the Israeli authorities on humanitarian aid access. Its full implementation is needed. It can only be deemed successful if there is sufficient humanitarian aid delivered into Gaza. Thus, we also need EU monitoring on the ground and a fully active EU-BAM Rafah. Last but not least, I would like to extend our gratitude to the co-chairs of Working Group Number 5, the United Kingdom and Egypt, for their important work. We are ready to work together with
I thank the representative of Romania for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Belize.
Co-chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, Belize aligns itself with a statement delivered by the distinguished delegate of Barbados on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. We commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the government of France for their leadership in co-chairing this conference aimed at advancing the peaceful and just settlement of the question of Palestine. We are especially encouraged by the announcements of several governments that they intend to recognize the State of Palestine in September. We hope that other member states, especially those that supported the 1948 UN resolution, follow suit and join the 147 countries that have already recognized Palestine. Belize's position on the question of Palestine has never wavered. We have been a consistent voice in support of the full realization of the Palestinian people's inalienable rights to self-determination, independence, and sovereignty. It is from this principled position that we view the current situation with deep concern and moral urgency. Excellencies, we are gathered here today to take long overdue steps toward the implementation of the 1948 UN resolution on the question of Palestine. While recognition of the State of Palestine is critical and a necessary step forward, it is only the beginning. The international community must go further and provide every assistance to the Palestinian people to establish and strengthen its institutions to govern and manage a modern, democratic state living side by side with the people of Israel within secure and recognized borders. At the same time, the international community must confront the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza head-on. Homes, schools, hospitals, and entire communities have been destroyed in a campaign of violence that has spared no one. Belize unequivocally condemns the indiscriminate bombing in Gaza, the blockade of life-saving humanitarian aid, and the ongoing violation of the UN Charter and international law. We must act to ensure the immediate, safe, and unimpeded flow of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people under the coordination and oversight of the United Nations. We must also ensure Palestine receives the financial, material, and technical assistance needed to support their reconstruction efforts. Excellencies, for any of this to materialize, there must be a genuine political process. Israel must come to the table. It must understand that there can be no lasting peace in the region unless the question of Palestine is resolved. Trust must be restored in the region, but first the violence must end. Recrimination by the combatants, their sponsors, the onlookers must stop. The forceful and unlawful acquisition of Palestinian land and property by Israeli settlers in the West Bank must stop. We in the international community must contribute to building trust in the region by providing meaningful support to all the factions, not only Palestine and Israel, but also to their neighbors, so that a culture of peace, cooperation, and mutual respect prevails. Let this conference be the beginning process to create a world in which the children of Palestine and Israel can live without fear, one in which they can live in peace, realize their ambitions, and share the richness of their cultures. Belize stands firmly with the Palestinian people and remain committed to the pursuit of justice, peace, and the vision of two sovereign states living side by side in mutual respect and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Belize for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you very much, dear co-chairs. Bulgaria highly appreciates the holding of this important international conference, co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Achieving lasting peace and stability in the Middle East is our shared priority, one that can only be realized through joint and coordinated efforts. Back in 1988, Bulgaria was among the first countries to recognize the State of Palestine. This historic decision stands as a testament to our long-standing commitment to a just and comprehensive peace. Grounded on the two-state solution. Today, we gather not merely to exchange views on policy, but to reaffirm a fundamental principle, one that speaks to the dignity of peoples, the urgency of justice, and the moral responsibility of the international community. That principle is the right of both Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace, security, and self-determination side by side in two sovereign and viable states. The two-state solution is not a rhetorical ideal. It is a vision anchored in decades of international consensus, enshrined in United Nations resolutions, embodied in Oslo Accords, and held by millions who refuse to yield to despair. It remains the only viable path towards a durable peace, one that guarantees a secure and democratic Israel and a free, sovereign, and democratic Palestine. Bulgaria strongly condemns the brutal terrorist attack carried out by Hamas on 7th of October 2023, which resulted in the horrific loss of more than 1,200 innocent civilian lives. The tragic developments in the Middle East since 7th of October underscore the urgent need for peace. As is often the case, civilians bear the heaviest burden of the conflict. The immediate priority must be an enduring ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the dramatic improvement in the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. This must include unimpeded access for humanitarian aid and its sustained distribution across the Strip, in line with UN Security Resolution 2735, as well as the protection of humanitarian workers on the ground. These goals require not only political, but will be also the design of implementation of practical and viable solutions. For peace to be sustainable, it must emerge from direct negotiations between the parties, who must be willing to compromise, demonstrate leadership, and take courageous steps forward. The fundamental prerequisite for lasting peace is trust, a confidence-building measure aiming at reducing tensions, enhancing communication, and promoting dialogue must be prioritized during any potential peace process. In this context, the exchange of information on security-related matters and the exercise of restraint are critical. Israel has a proven record of such cooperation, including with Palestinian Authority. Any future regional security architecture must take into account Israel's legitimate security concerns and be rooted in the recognition of its right to exist, an imperative that should be universally accepted. Neighboring Arab states should be actively involved in this effort, ideally through normalization of relations following the model of the Abraham Accords. At the same time, the state of Palestine, represented by the Palestinian Authority, must be recognized by the international community, excluding any role for Hamas. This requires successful inter-Palestinian reconciliation, leading to the establishment of unified leadership elected through inclusive democratic elections. These elections would not only resolve questions of legitimacy, but would also lay the foundation for a functional and democratic Palestinian state. In this regard, capacity building remains essential. Particular attention must be given to working with the youth, creating pathways.
That looks like a decent crowd now. Yeah, that's a sign of what summer is like then. All right, good afternoon, everybody. The Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns that 4 days since the start of tactical pauses in Gaza declared by the Israeli authorities, we are still seeing casualties among those seeking aid and more deaths due to hunger and malnutrition. Parents continue to struggle to save their starving children. In a social media post, UNICEF said that this is a condition that we can prevent and called for increased humanitarian access. Aid workers in Gaza have not been spared. Our partners report high workloads, burnout, and exhaustion due mainly to the lack of food among frontline workers as well as among caseworkers in mental health and psychosocial support facilities. While the UN and our partners are taking advantage of any opportunity to support people in need during the unilateral tactical pauses, the conditions for the delivery of aid and supplies are far from sufficient. As an example of the delivery of aid challenges, you'll recall that the Kerem Shalom crossing is a fenced-off area. For our drivers to access it, Israeli authorities must approve the mission, provide a safe route through which to travel, provide multiple green lights on movement, as well as a pause in bombing, and ultimately open the iron gates to allow us to enter. On the issue of fuel, last week the UN brought in limited quantities of fuel through the Kerem Shalom and Zakim crossings, almost half of which were transferred to the north to support vital health, emergency, water, and telecommunications needs. OSHA reiterates that current fuel entries are insufficient to meet life-saving critical needs and represent a drop in the ocean of needs. OSHA again stresses that a permanent ceasefire is needed more than ever. Unilateral tactical pauses alone do not allow for the continuous flow of supplies required to meet immense need levels in Gaza. Meanwhile, desperate, hungry people continue to offload the small amounts of aid from the trucks that are able to exit the crossings. The UN and our partners continue to coordinate humanitarian movements inside Gaza with the Israeli authorities. Yesterday, 3 facilitated missions allowed our staff to collect cargo containing food from the Kerem Shalom and Zakim crossings, and allowed for fuel to be transferred within Gaza. However, the others faced impediments, particularly delays in receiving the green light to move by the Israeli authorities, and one had to be canceled. OCHA reiterates that in order to scale up the delivery of aid in a manner that begins to meet people's tremendous needs, it is critical that all crossings must be open, a broad range of supplies, both humanitarian and commercial, be allowed to enter, aid movements inside Gaza be safeguarded and facilitated in a timely manner, and that humanitarians be allowed to do their jobs. Turning to Sudan, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says it's alarmed by the rising toll of hunger, disease, and displacement in various parts of the country. In East Darfur State, local sources report that the Lagawa displacement site, hosting over 7,000 people, is facing severe food shortages. Doctors there warn that the ongoing conflict continues to block aid delivery, leaving vulnerable families without access to food or health care. In the besieged city of El Fasher, the state capital of North Darfur, local sources report that people are dying from hunger and malnutrition. Community-run kitchens have shut down due to a lack of food stocks, and some residents have reportedly resorted to consuming animal feed. In the locality of Tawila in North Darfur, our humanitarian partners have scaled up their response to cholera. Our partners have expanded treatment care center capacities, but needs remain acute. Medical supplies are running low, and it is critical that clean water supplies, the construction of latrines, and awareness campaigns be urgently ramped up. Meanwhile, our partners report that in North Kordofan state, heavy rains displaced around 550 people and damaged or destroyed over 170 homes in the locality of Rahad on Monday. In the eastern Sudan state of Kassala, torrential rains have devastated the Garb al-Matar site for displaced families, affecting more than 6,000 people. Many tents were flooded, leaving children exposed to cold, hunger, and unsanitary conditions. The displaced families urgently need cash assistance, shelter, and protection, especially women and children who face heightened risks while collecting firewood. In Port Sudan, extreme heat continues to impact people there. At least 3 people have reportedly died this week, and over 50 others have suffered sunstroke due to extreme heat and a prolonged power outage. With temperatures reaching 47 degrees Celsius and hospitals overwhelmed, health workers are calling for urgent support, including cooling equipment, medical supplies, and personnel. These cascading crises demand increased international support. The 2025 response plan, seeking $4.2 billion to assist 21 million of the most vulnerable people across Sudan, is currently 23% funded, with $952 million received to date. OCHA once again calls on donors to scale up funding for the response. Turning to Somalia, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs tells us that the ongoing armed violence has displaced more than 100,000 people in the regions of Hiran in Hishabel State and Gedo in Jubaland State in the past 2 months. On the 26th of July, clashes intensified in the town of Mahas in Hiran, forcing the entire population of over 28,000 people to flee their homes. Between the 23rd and 26th of July, 38,000 people were displaced in the Gedo region, with some people crossing into Kenya. Our humanitarian colleagues note that due to security concerns, 7 health facilities in the Hiran region have suspended operations, cutting off essential healthcare and emergency services for thousands of people. The violence has also restricted humanitarian access, particularly in already hard-to-reach areas. Due to insecurity and funding constraints, only a limited number of our partners are able to operate in these locations. Communities impacted by the violence urgently need shelter, food, clean water, health care, and protection. This new wave of displacement comes as aid agencies grapple with severe funding cuts. Since the beginning of the year, many operations have stalled and assistance has dwindled. Due to reduced funding, 2 million Somalis are projected to face increased vulnerability in the months ahead. Aid agencies in Somalia have reprioritized activities to align with the new funding reality, but resources remain critically low. The $1.4 billion Somalia Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan is about 16% funded, with $229 million received so far. Our partners warn that without urgent and sustained funding, the humanitarian crisis will deepen, resulting in preventable suffering and loss of lives. As I'm sure you saw, yesterday evening, a massive earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia, one of the strongest in the region in decades, has triggered tsunami alerts and evacuation orders across the Pacific region, including parts of Asia, North America, and South America. Our colleagues at the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs continue to monitor the situation in multiple countries, noting that initial reports indicate no major damage. We stand ready to support any response efforts, should assistance be required. Turning to Haiti, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says that cholera continues to impact the fragile state of the country's public health system, particularly in displacement sites where there's limited access to safe water and sanitation. According to the World Health Organization, between the 13th and the 19th of July, 34 new suspected cholera cases were reported across 6 of the country's departments. Most of the cases were linked to displacement sites. 5 active transmission hotspots have been identified, including in the capital, Port-au-Prince, and in the northern regions. Since December 2024, over 2,800 suspected cholera cases have been recorded nationwide, with 91 laboratory-confirmed cases and 36 fatalities. Cases are being managed by national health authorities with the support of the World Health Organization. Despite funding shortfalls, our humanitarian partners continue to carry out key cholera prevention and response activities. In the Department of Artibonite, families received water purification tablets and oral rehydration salt, while in central Haiti, our partners have installed hand-washing stations and scaled up community outreach. In the north, efforts are being made to contain the spread of cholera, with latrines and homes being disinfected and preventive treatments being distributed. Despite these efforts, the response remains under severe strain due to limited resources, insecurity, and the deteriorating conditions in displacement sites. Additional support is urgently needed to strengthen the public health response and prevent further outbreaks among the country's most vulnerable. The $908 million humanitarian needs and response plan is currently just under 9% funded, with $79 million received so far. And in a related note on cholera, UNICEF said today that an estimated 80,000 children are at high risk of cholera as the rainy season begins across West and Central Africa. Active outbreaks, which we have been updating you about in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Nigeria, raise the threat of cross-border transmission to neighboring countries, UNICEF says. Chad, the Republic of Congo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Togo are also grappling with ongoing epidemics. Niger, Liberia, Benin, the Central African Republic, and Cameroon remain under close surveillance due to their vulnerability. Since the start of the outbreaks, UNICEF has been delivering health and water, hygiene, and sanitation supplies for treatment facilities and communities, supporting cholera vaccination in the affected areas, and encouraging families to seek timely treatment and improve hygiene practices. But our colleagues say urgent and scaled-up efforts are needed to prevent further spread and contain the disease across the region. To scale up the emergency cholera response across the region over the next 3 months, UNICEF West and Central Africa urgently requires $20 million to provide support in health, water and sanitation, risk communication, and community engagement. The Secretary General has appointed 25 experts to the United Nations Committee of Experts on International Cooperation in Tax Matters for the 2025 to 2029 term. The experts will help countries design tax policies that advance their social, environmental, and economic development objectives and successfully implement them. The committee supports countries in navigating complex policy trade-offs, and its work provides countries with practical options and tools based on real-world experiences from tax systems around the world. The Secretary General made his selection from the largest number of nominations the committee has received since its inception, representing diverse geographical regions and tax systems. The majority of the appointees are women, reflecting the UN's commitment to strengthening inclusivity in tax leadership. We have a press release with more details. And today is the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. In his message, the Secretary General says that human trafficking is one of the fastest growing forms of organized crime. He added that we must strive to ensure justice for survivors, support the displaced, and tackle root causes from poverty and inequality to conflict and climate disruption. And just to note that today is also the International Day of Friendship. And in a spirit of friendship, we'll turn to questions. Yes, Edie.
Thank you, Farhan. I know you were talking about the difficulties of getting aid going through Kerem Shalom. Where else is aid still entering today? Any other crossing points, including Rafah for the Egyptians, and are airdrops still taking place as far as the UN knows?
On the question of transfer points, there are two transfer points that we've been using, and those are Kerem Shalom and Zakim. We hope that more crossing points will become opened over time, but Rafah has not been used in recent days. Regarding airdrops, that is something that a number of other countries are being involved in. Of course, we appreciate any way of getting aid in, but the amount of the quantity of goods that can be provided by airdrops is limited, and there are certain risks associated as well.
Has the UN received any reason of why Rafah is not operating at the moment?
I think you'd have to go to the Israelis for explanations on why they're keeping it closed. We want as many crossing points opened, and we believe that the time has come to make sure that all of the crossing points into Gaza can be used. Yes, Gabriel?
Thank you, Farhan. I just wanted to follow up on the airdrops. I know you've been asked about it before, and you just mentioned it briefly, but I just want to follow up. France, Spain, Britain, and Belgium have all announced a multi-country effort to do airdrops to Gaza. Just to be clear, the UN is against that?
No, we're not against anything that brings more aid in. Let's be clear. Even if it's a limited quantity of aid, and even with some of the problems involved in ensuring that the food from airdrops is distributed to people in need, it still adds to the overall amount of aid coming in, and we appreciate any such effort. But there are some risks. Some of the aid drops that took place earlier this week landed on tents. There's always the difficulty in ensuring that aid can be dropped into a place where it's easy and safe for people to get to it. But having said that, we want to make sure that as many countries, as many parties are involved getting aid in. It's the need for aid, period, is very crucial.
Okay, I understand. It's just that the risks of airdrops are extreme in Gaza. We've seen people even killed via airdrops. So the situation in Gaza is you want any aid getting in, but the situation is so bad that even the risks involved with airdrops are potentially worth it. Is that a right way to put it, or not quite?
We are not going to turn our back at any effort to get aid safely to people who need it. At the same time, between the risks associated with airdrops and the small quantity of goods that can be dropped by air, we believe it's completely insufficient to rely on that as a mechanism for getting aid to the people of Gaza. We insist on the need to have more access by road and to the sort of food distribution sites that we've been operating, and operating successfully earlier in the conflict. Yes, please, in the back. Oh, please, okay, yeah, wait for the light to come on.
All right.
Yeah.
So
good.
this is Sarai from Homeland News. My question is about tsunami disaster today. So following by in Russia and following by international warning in many countries, some of them are developing countries. So are there a new plan to improve international cooperation on this? And also this incident brings back to the front the issue of acceleration climate change.
Certainly, that's the latter aspect is something for governments to consider in terms of the intensity of natural disasters. Although, of course, natural disasters have occurred many times not linked to climate change as well. What I can tell you from our standpoint is, as I had mentioned earlier in the briefing, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs is monitoring the situation in the various countries that seem to have been affected by the earthquake and tsunami. So far, the initial reports are that there's been no major damage, but we do stand ready to support any response efforts that are needed. Yes.
Thank you, Farhan. I asked this before, but let me try again. The Secretary General often welcomes specific peace efforts. will he also support President Trump's latest intentions to end the Russian war? And will that support be expressed at tomorrow's Security Council meeting, which Russia, as usual, convenes to justify its aggression? Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to prejudge what's going to happen at tomorrow's meeting. What I can tell you is that the Secretary General supports all efforts to resolve the war in Ukraine in line with the UN Charter, international law, and the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly and Security Council. Deji.
Yes, I was just reading some news stories about Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and I listened to your description of what the UN's humanitarian operations doing. My question here, the GHF, they announced they almost delivered, they delivered over 98 million meals within the last 2 months. How many meals, do you have any numbers of how many meals that the UN's own operation has successfully delivered or been taken, if you have the, a number?
Well, I don't have the number by meals. What I can tell you is that the amount of food, fuel, and other assets that we've been trying to get in has not been as much as we ourselves would want. In the early part of the year, we were able to feed the entire population of Gaza and have enough stores that it lasted for several weeks past the end of the ceasefire. We have that capacity to do that if the conditions on the ground return to the way they did that they were at the start of the year.
I have two follow-ups. First, the GHF 3 weeks ago, they announced a local, what they called community delivery operation. I'm just wondering whether any UN staff encountered such operations in Gaza, because we haven't really heard that much about the new method from GHF.
I think you'd have to get the information directly from the GHF.
Okay.
Our operations are separate from theirs.
Okay, one last question. Yesterday, the IPF reports suggest that 2 out of 3 essential threshold has already been reached for famine in Gaza, right? So, which means that would also include GHF's delivery, which means GHF is still not enough and way less than enough. Is that correct?
It's correct that the amount that's going in has not, to date, been sufficient to prevent the sort of concerns that we've seen. As they made very clear, the amount of meals people are eating each day in Gaza has been reduced dramatically. The circumference of the upper arms of children has been reduced, which is a key indicator in determining whether malnutrition is on the rise.
So even GHF has to increase their delivery.
The point is the overall amount of food delivery into Gaza has to increase. Pam.
Sorry to ask the same question as Deji and Gabe, but what is your view of how much can be delivered on that aid that's needed by airdrops? Is it feasible that the airdrops could meet that need?
No.
Okay.
The answer is no. The amount that can be dropped from one plane is nowhere near the amount that can be dropped, that can be delivered through a convoy of trucks.
And today, what is your sense about, during these brief pauses, what is there more availability to get the aid in?
Yes, there is, but it's insufficient. What I said at the start of the briefing, and I'll repeat it now, is to say that unilateral tactical pauses alone do not allow for the continuous flow of supplies required to meet immense needs levels in Gaza.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, in the back.
Thank you, Farhan. I have a different question about the high-level international conference on the implementation of the two-state solution. We know that this is the third day and the last day of the three-day conference. And UK announces its intention to recognize Palestine in September. I think Singapore also made an announcement yesterday. So do you have any idea any other countries will announce their recognition of Palestine in the conference, at the conference or and after the conference?
Well, those are decisions to be made by individual governments. We are not the repository of information about recognitions that governments make about other governments or other states. What I can tell you is, of course, the Secretary General made clear at the start of this conference that he wanted member states to take as much action as they could to ensure that a two-state solution remains viable. And the hope is that these days have helped encourage nations to re-energize the efforts towards a two-state solution. Noreen?
Thanks, Farhan. So earlier yesterday, Donald Trump had made comments on the hunger crisis in Gaza, and he acknowledged that that the situation was getting quite severe and that they needed to feed the people there. And he'd even made announcements that the United States would sort of establish these food centers to deliver food supplies. The White House has said that they've not come forward with the details yet, but that it would be forthcoming. What I would like to ask is, has the United Nations made any contact with the White House to help facilitate this food center, or is that something that they would be open to?
We are open to any efforts to get aid in that meets our basic standards, which is what we've been saying for some months now. We have our own proven distribution networks that have been effective in the past, and we believe that that can be the way forward, and are encouraging all states to support the effort to go back to having unobstructed delivery of humanitarian aid. Yeah, Gabriel.
I promise this will be the last one on airdrops. I just wanted to make sure that the UN is or is not coordinating with any nations doing airdrops.
We're not part of this process. I believe that this is a series of bilateral arrangements.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.
We welcome this opportunity to affirm Czechia's long-standing commitment to a peaceful resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This vision is grounded in the establishment of two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. We are deeply concerned by the continued violence and humanitarian suffering in the region, and we call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the unconditional release of all hostages, leading to a permanent end of hostilities. Czechia acknowledges the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for statehood and dignity, just as we affirm Israel's right to exist, free from terror and existential threats. We believe that the only viable path to achieving this vision is through direct negotiations between the two parties. A negotiated agreement remains the sole sustainable means to ensure stability, democratic and economic development, and security for all. Unilateral actions risk undermining the delicate balance required for meaningful dialogue and may further entrench divisions. Excellencies, it is of utmost importance to re-establish a political horizon toward a two-state solution. We urge all parties and international actors to focus on confidence-building measures, regional cooperation, including through frameworks such as the Abraham Accords, and practical steps that can foster trust and pave the way for renewed negotiations. A peace settlement must serve the legitimate interests of both peoples, who rightfully expect tangible outcomes from diplomatic efforts. It is imperative to create conditions that enable Palestinians to establish a viable, independent future, whilst also ensuring that Israelis are not perpetually confronted with critical security concerns. Furthermore, Hamas should no longer pose a threat to Israel and must have no role in Palestine's future governance. Excellencies, achieving a just and lasting peace will require bold and courageous decisions from both Israelis and the Palestinians. The path to a two-state solution is neither simple nor without sacrifice, but it demands leadership that prioritizes the future over the past and reconciliation over retaliation. Both sides must demonstrate the political will to engage in meaningful dialogue, make difficult compromises, and reject extremism in all its forms. Only through such resolve can we hope to transform aspirations into reality. Czechia stands ready to assist in any genuine effort that brings both sides back to the negotiating table and advances the cause of peace. I thank you.
Je remercie Madame la...
I thank the representative of Czechia for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, co-chairs, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's our honor to participate in this high-level conference that comes at a time when the wounds of the region are deepening, at a time when the cycle of injustice and suffering is expanding, at a time when the brotherly Palestinian people lack prospects for just solutions. We thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for convening this important meeting. This conference is an opportunity that must not go unnoticed. It is a defining moment for us to renew our collective political will, not only to find solutions, but to advance the implementation of the two-state solution, this solution that has long been rejected and overlooked and eroded. Co-chairs, the Palestinian people for more than 7 decades have been reeling from ongoing occupation. They have been systematically deprived of their most basic national and human rights. The international community has stood silent as the Palestinians have been reeling on a daily basis from colonial settlement, forced displacement, blockade, daily violations. The holy Christian and Muslim sites have been desecrated, and the life of a whole people have been fragmented generation after generation. Despite this, the Palestinian people continue to uphold their legitimate right to freedom, independence, and self-determination as enshrined in international law and UN resolutions. They do not demand more than this. In this context, we reiterate our unwavering support for the two-state solution along the 4 June 1967 borders, and on the basis of UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, and on the basis of international law and the Arab Peace Initiative for the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. We call clearly for the full recognition of the State of Palestine and for its full admission in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, injustice does not achieve peace. Ongoing occupation does not generate stability. We reject double standards and the selective application of international law. We cannot respect international law in one place and overlook its violation in another place, and the occupier cannot be rewarded, and the people under occupation cannot be punished. The implementation of the two-state solution is no longer a diplomatic option. We now call today for clear measures that can no longer be postponed. First, the state of Palestine must be admitted as a full member of the UN. Secondly, all illegal settlement activities must come to an end immediately and unconditionally. Thirdly, the blockade on Gaza must be lifted and humanitarian safe corridors must be opened. Fourthly, international protection must be afforded to the Palestinians. Fifthly, we must revive the serious and binding political track under international multilateral auspices with a clear implementation mechanism. Conclusion, the time is not on our side. Every day without a solution is a new day of pain, a new day of dashed hopes and erosion of international order. We hope that this conference will be a true turning point where we do not only express intentions, but we transition towards actionable implementation and follow-up mechanisms. In this context, we reiterate our clear position. Palestine is not only a humanitarian cause, it is a question of justice, a question of rights and sovereignty. The government and people of Somalia will continue to support this just question in all fora. We believe that freedom is achieved and snatched by justice and is defended in position. Thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the representative of Somalia for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cabo Verde.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, Cabo Verde aligns itself with the statements delivered on behalf of the G77 and the African Group, and hereby delivers in national capacity. Cabo Verde stands before this high-level conference with profound commitment to peace, international security, and respect for the fundamental principles of international law. Since its independence, our country has upheld his sovereign policy on principles of peaceful cooperation, mutual respect, and the right of all peoples to self-determination and independence in line with the Charter of the UN. The two-state solution for Israel and Palestine represents not only a legal and political imperative, but also the only sustainable way to ensure security, stability, and development for both people. Cabo Verde would like to highlight three fundamental pillars for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and to implement the two-state solution. One, the establishment of the Palestinian state, founded on full sovereignty and territorial integrity, must be grounded in international norms protecting the territorial integrity and historical rights of the Palestinian people. Two, peace will not be sustainable without concrete and balanced security arrangements that ensure mutual protection and trust-building mechanisms between the parties. Coordinated measures must be implemented in a transparent and binding manner, reinforcing both Israel and Palestine's commitment to a future free of hostilities and existential threats. Three, the success of the two-state solution depends not only on political and legal guarantees, but it will only prevail if sustainable economic conditions are also assured. Post-conflict reconstruction must be linked to economic integration strategies, promoting a resilient governance structure, sustainable investments, and effective assistance mechanisms. For Cabo Verde, it is clear that peace cannot reign upon diplomatic commitments alone. For peace to prevail, it must be built on justice, respect for international law, and recognition of the dignity of all peoples. The success of this conference will be measured by the concrete actions we take, ensuring that two states can coexist side by side with security, sovereignty, and prosperity. Cabo Verde is hopeful that this conference will produce effective commitments and tangible results for a just and lasting peace. Cabo Verde reiterates its full support to the implementation of the two-state solution. May this path lead to two neighbor nations living in peace and rebuilding a prosperous future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame.
I thank the representative of Cabo Verde for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of Nepal.
Distinguished co-chairs, first let me extend my sincere appreciation to the governments of the French Republic and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for convening this high-level international conference. Excellencies, for nearly 8 decades, the pursuit of just and lasting peace in the Israeli-Palestine conflict has remained elusive. Uncertainty, chaos, violence, and despair dominate the regions over the decades. The situation has further deteriorated since the October 7 terrorist attacks on Israel by Hamas. The region is descending into even greater turmoil and volatility since then. The humanitarian crisis has reached unimaginable levels. Relentless loss of innocent lives, mass displacement, and widespread destructions have unfortunately become the tragic norm. The indiscriminate targeting of civilians, aid workers, and vital infrastructures continues unabated. The world cannot afford to stand by as devastation unfolds. Urgent and decisive action is needed to break this cycle of violence and restore hope for a peaceful future for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, Nepal strongly condemned the brutal attack on Israel on 7 October 2023, which claimed the lives of hundreds, including 10 Nepali nationals. Equally, we have denounced the indiscriminate use of force against civilians in Gaza. Nepal has consistently called for immediate de-escalations, restraint on end to civilian casualties, and protections of public and private properties. We also call for providing immediate, unrestricted, and adequate humanitarian assistance to the disparate civilians in Gaza. Humanity must be preserved, and human rights must be respected in all circumstances. It is also crucial that international laws, including the international humanitarian laws, are fully respected by all. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages taken by Hamas, including Bipin Joshi from Nepal. We are gravely concerned about his and others' health and well-being. Co-chairs, Nepal has long supported a two-state solution, advocating for Israeli and Palestinians to coexist peacefully within the recognized international borders based on international law and relevant UN resolution. We affirm our support for all efforts aimed at achieving a just, peaceful, and lasting solution to the questions of Palestine. We urge both Israel and Palestine to exercise utmost restraint, to end hostilities, resort to dialogue and diplomacy, and uphold internationally recognized agreements, including the two-state solutions. Stopping ongoing violence and securing of durable ceasefire is crucial to create conditions for diplomacy and prevent further civilian casualties. On this score, we appreciate the efforts made by the United States of America, Qatar, and Egypt for achieving permanent ceasefire. The United Nations and international community must take all necessary measures to restart negotiations, establish a framework for lasting peace, and find a just, peaceful, amicable, and lasting political solutions to the problems. For this, myopic visions and narrow political interests must be set aside. This is crucial to prevent this crisis from deepening into a catastrophe. We stand by our conviction that a political resolutions grounded in two-state solutions is the most effective path to ending suffering, breaking the cycle of violence, and securing long overdue peace for both Palestinian and Israeli civilians. In conclusion, co-chairs, let's unite in pursuit of a just and lasting solution to one of the world's most prolonged and complex challenges. Let's ensure that peace prevails in the regions and beyond. And let's build a future for both Israelis and Palestinians grounded in peace, justice, and coexistence. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. St. Vincent and the Grenadines extends its appreciation to the co-chairs of the conference, His Excellency Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of France, and His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We welcome your efforts in convening this important high-level meeting on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. Excellencies, today we must accept the harsh reality that our multilateral system is fractured, and this breakdown has in turn allowed the erosion of the principles of international law, including those set out in the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the legally binding resolutions adopted by the Security Council. These principles are not abstract ideals, but safeguards for our peaceful coexistence. This is why St. Vincent and the Grenadines regards this conference as a critical opportunity to rebuild trust among states through the recommitment in good faith to the principles of international law and the two-state solution as set out in the Security Council Resolution 242/1967. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has for too long assailed the people of Gaza, their suffering being a tragic testament of the consequences of setting aside international law that was designed to, at a minimum, put an end to such a conflict. The Palestinian people continue to contend with illegal occupation, dispossession, and harsh settler colonialist policies without delay in recognizing an independent state of Palestine, being a contributing factor to the toxic status quo. The cycle of death and destruction, ongoing impunity, and the violations of our international framework cannot be allowed to continue. International law, including the principles embedded in the Charter of the United Nations, can neither be selectively applied nor sporadically upheld. As a modern civilization, if we are credible defenders of peace, then we must ultimately be consistent defenders of international law. Within this context, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reaffirms its support to a two-state solution that guarantees that both Israel and Palestine can live side by side in peace and security within internationally recognized borders based on the pre-1967 lines. Every state and people desirous of such ambitions are deserving of achieving it. Excellencies, the Charter of the United Nations is clear in its preamble. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. This solemn commitment must serve as our collective moral compass. It is our sincere hope that this conference will mark a turning point in the region, as well as in our global commitment to peace, stability, and multilateral cooperation. We express our hope that the work of the working groups would amount to more than just an academic exercise, but instead would contribute tangibly to a shift in the discourse and the direction of this long-standing issue, operating as launching pads for action. We recognize, however, that to be impactful, our commitments throughout this conference must be backed by concrete, measurable action. Now is not the time for fatigue. We can no longer simply stand in solidarity. The need to implement a two-state solution has become more urgent than ever. And to this end, we
I thank the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her statement. I thank the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Señores copresidentes.
Co-chairs, we support the statements delivered by Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement and by Venezuela on behalf of the group of friends in defense of the UN Charter. Cuba has consistently supported the Palestinian people, who have been denied the exercise of their rights, including the inalienable right to self-determination. And we have denounced the atrocities committed by Israel for more than 75 years now. Cuba has called for a comprehensive, just and lasting solution on the basis of the creation of two states, enabling the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination and to possess a free and sovereign state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and the return of refugees as crucial premises for resolving the conflict. Cuba participated in the extraordinary ministerial meeting of the Hague Group, an initiative by a number of states seeking to coordinate action to achieve tangible results and take urgent measures to enforce an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and the withdrawal of Israeli occupying forces. We have joined the call of the immense majority of the international community for decisive action that would bring an end to one of the most long-standing injustices of our time, an injustice that has worsened over the last 2 years, during which Israel has committed crimes against humanity, collective punishment, apartheid, and genocide against the Palestinian people with impunity. The number of displaced persons, as well as the destruction of hospitals and other civilian infrastructure in blatant violation of international humanitarian law, put us face to face with a painful reality that wounds our humanity. The massacre perpetrated against the besieged Gaza Strip has triggered an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, plunging the territory into terror, death, and mass destruction. Indeed, according to the United Nations reports, millions of civilians are trapped, fighting hunger, disease, and constant displacement. We see consistent Israeli settlement building practices, and violence is escalating in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We cannot allow illegal settlements and repression to become normalized. Excellencies, it is impossible to talk of the situation in Palestine without speaking out about the historical complicity of the United States government, which is also responsible for the genocide by repeatedly using its veto right in the Security Council to block the implementation of a ceasefire that would halt the massacre and would uphold the will of the international community. The paralysis of the Security Council is an affront harnessed by Israel to continue its criminal policies without fear of consequence. Concrete action is urgently needed in this body to halt the ongoing genocide, to allow the unrestricted delivery of sufficient humanitarian aid, and to guarantee the vital work of UNRWA. More than 145 countries already recognize the state of Palestine. The full membership of Palestine in the United Nations can no longer be delayed. It is vital to begin the reconstruction of Gaza, to create conditions for the return of displaced persons, to ensure the full and unconditional withdrawal of the Israeli occupying forces, and to implement the agreements reached between the parties. The aspiration that this forum will provide real prospects for a just, lasting, and sustainable solution to the conflict is something that is shared by millions of people around the world. Let us not fail them. Justice for Palestine can wait no longer. Let us act in line with the urgency that humanity is demanding and that the Palestinian people need as a crucial condition for achieving a just, lasting, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Cuba for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Maldives.
Co-chairs, distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This conference must mark a turning point to end the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's a historic opportunity to restore justice and enforce accountability. For a region long shrouded in conflict and suffering, this conference can create momentum to realize two-state solution. In 1947, the General Assembly promised that two peoples could live side by side in peace, dignity, and sovereignty. The reality today is stark. Over 100,000 Palestinians wounded, 50,000 killed, more than 17,000 of them children. The world cannot stand in idle while children die from deliberately imposed hunger. This is unfolding before our own eyes. Yet Israel's actions remain impervious to pleas. Its impunity blocking every attempt to end the suffering. We must not normalize such devastation or become desensitized to the loss of innocent life. In moments like this, diplomacy and multilateralism must not retreat. They must rise. We need more action, not just condemnation, more cooperation, and less polarization. The Maldives stands today with unwavering moral clarity. We may be small, but we have never wavered in standing for what is right. This is why we recognized the State of Palestine in 1988. This is why the Maldives has filed a declaration of intervention at the ICJ for the application of the Genocide Convention in Gaza Strip. This is why we argued before the court that Israel's action violate Palestinians' human rights and demanded humanitarian access. Let us begin with the truth. The State of Palestine exists. 147 countries in this hall recognize it, and more have expressed their intent to do so. The Palestinian flag flies outside this hall. Its sovereignty and its people must not be erased. From Gaza to West Bank to East Jerusalem, Palestinians have the inalienable right to remain, to return, and to govern a state of their own freely and fully. The targeting of UNRWA must stop. Defunding a humanitarian lifeline during famine and massacre is not policy, it's cruelty. Humanitarian workers are not the enemy, nor are journalists. And aid is not optional, nor is the obligation to protect civilians. The Maldives believes in a just, lasting solution: 2 states, 2 peoples, and 1 peace. But there can be no peace without justice. Israel must be held accountable for the lives it has taken, for the homes it has destroyed, for the future it has killed, and for the hopes it has extinguished. Reparations, restitutions, and redress is the bare minimum. The Maldives supports Arab Reconstruction Plan with technical expertise, financial support, and moral leadership, and we urge others to do the same. This is why we begin to restore humanity to a people who have lost everything. Let every child in Palestine grow with dignity and hope for the future they deserve. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le représentant.
I thank the representative of the Maldives for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the League of Arab States.
يسعدني أن أقف على هذا المنبر اليوم مرتديا.
Allow me to take the floor and in the honor of Palestine to express our solidarity with the state of Palestine. Here I present the statement of the Secretary General of the League of Arab States, who was able to make the statement himself. At the outset, allow me to express my thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic for chairing this meeting at a difficult time, which is not enabling a serious effort towards peace. This international conference, with such a broad-based participation, allows us to focus on the crime of the century, which reminds us of the somber times of history, and we hope that it will never happen again. We think that those that were victims of crimes against humanity would understand the sense of humanity, that those who had lived through ethnic cleansing would never practice it, that those who were victims of genocide and its horrors would not be tempted to commit this crime of genocide that we are seeing today, the plans of which have been announced in Gaza and the OPT. We must denounce this crime in all of its gravity and the tragedy that it causes. They are the continuum of another crime. a crime that the ICJ has asked to be brought to an end as soon as possible. What we're seeing today in Gaza, the withdrawal of stability and security in the region, is indeed the outcome of the ongoing occupation. This is the price being paid by Palestinians, a price paid in blood, a price paid by the populations across the region in terms of the stability and future. It is the price paid by the entire world in terms of stability and security. It's an extremely high price that we are all paying for the system of apartheid and occupation to remain on this land. The vision set out by the state representatives of civil society and organizations during the preparatory meeting within the 8 thematic working groups that were cited in the outcome document very clearly show that there is clear international will and that it represents the majority for the Israeli settlement building to stop. It also shows that another future is possible for the region, that is, for peaceful coexistence. But this future will only happen where there is a viable Palestinian state that can be a fully fledged member of the United Nations to do away with the stain that we have at the moment. The League of Arab States remains committed to the Arab Peace Initiative adopted in Beirut 23 years ago. That is the full withdrawal from Arab lands and the end of occupation against the normalization, the integration and peaceful coexistence. This vision hasn't, however, been reciprocated. Rather, it has been countered by arrogance and nationalism based on religious sectarian views that will lead the region to an unknown future. If everyone, particularly civil organizations, are not involved in this process, there will be no change. In conclusion, this conference represents a turning point for the Middle East, for Palestine, in Syria, Lebanon, and elsewhere. The League of Arab States will continue to strive alongside Saudi Arabia and France, alongside the chairs of the working groups, with the immense majority of states, peace-loving states, in the General Assembly, this democratic forum. We will continue to work for all states and all organizations to commit to ensure that Palestine is recognized at the 80th General Assembly session, and the League of Arab States will continue to support an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, based on the proposals made by France, the UK, and peace-loving states. Thank you. I thank the representative of the League of Arab States for that statement. This brings us to an end of the time that we have for this general debate session. The general debate will continue this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.
And then conservation takes place. At the moment, we've just been cloning corals. We've been cutting little pieces, growing them in underwater nurseries, and planting them. So there's not a lot of genetic diversity in this. But the moment that you enter the world of sexual reproduction, which is what with the spawning lab we're going to do, you get a huge diversity of corals because they're sexually reproducing, and even within a species, there may be variants, there may be individuals that are stronger and more resilient to climate change. So that's the beauty of it.
You can breed corals and you can create some novel genotype. With the coral spawning lab technology, what you get is the natural genetic diversity that you get on the reef anyway, and some of those could be targeted to increase that thermotolerance or that disease resistance. So you can actually put your corals through a sort of test of their vitality and see which ones are actually showing that slight increase in thermotolerance, and then breed from them. if you start pulling all this really cool science together and all this really cool technology and tools made all around the world, then you really start to find true solutions to really making a big change in our ocean.
Frei Agostinho veio para mostrar que é possível comer bem, comer saudável, com qualidade e segurança. Tem uma parte do pescado que não é necessário ter algum tipo de tratamento, vai para as cadeias hoteleiras. A outra parte do pescado que vem para a cidade da praia, vem aqui na fábrica e nós transformamos. Existem algumas espécies que têm estado sob pressão. Na Agostinho escolhemos produzir tudo o que é que o mar nos dá. Através de filete sem pele, a espécie toda bonitinha, o cliente já consome essa espécie e é isto que nos dá gosto. Nós é que temos que adaptar a natureza e não o contrário.
Minha pai levantava logo cedo. Ele pescava na beira-mar, me acompanhava ele. Que logo amanhecer, o peixe estava na cardume. Aquela que está 7 horas, 8 horas, 9 horas, já está uma quantidade de peixe na terra. Antigamente, ele pescava 12 reais, 13 reais na porto por dia para morrer uma quantidade de peixe enorme. Mas gosto nem mais para longe, que hasta que quando mais será a beira de porto. Ganha aqui 3 peixes de rasta-bote, às vezes vem mais. Puxa a pesca foi normal.
Economy has its focus not only on the economic development of the country and the fishing sector, but also focus on the economic development and the livelihoods of the population. So it's a more integrated, more inclusive, and a more sustainable approach. It's good to have joint work because we have specific technical capacities in several areas, so it's good to have those synergies.
No assunto de embarcação que está parado, alguns é falta de isca. Para morrer desta época que está apanhado demasiadamente, fica estragado mais tarde, não está bem mesmo, que está tempo para morrer, que está respeitado. Mas também tem muito que está parado, que é falta de motor. Tem alguns que estão a mar a remo. Então, aquele que está a mar a remo, aquele que está pesca perto de Caraca, é que não rendimento, principalmente para quem é chefe de família. Então, a nós que lá é uma coisa disposta, quem está presidente da associação, já não entra com pedido no Ministério de Mar, prometendo que ele proposta de 50%, mas apoiando nós com o motor. Então, se vocês não apoiar com o motor, tudo quem é chefe de família tem que se vira normal.
There is a cooperative that has a boat that has been rehabilitated with the funds of the project and led by Unido.
Desde 2013, quando eu criei aquela associação, foi no intuito de arrecadar peixe para abastecer a cantina escolar. Professores falam, um aluno que se presta atenção na sala para morrer e alimentação que seja suficiente.
Não está comendo arroz, não está comendo sopa, não está comendo pinto. E sempre não está faz aquela questão de ter uma boa alimentação para a criança da escola.
Nunca estou olhando só licenciado, não. Ao invés de já que não consegue barco de maior porte, quer dizer que não pensa abastecer cantina escolar quando tem excedente e depois para não submeter a outro polo.
This is a bigger boat, so it will allow the fishermen to go a little bit further because there is a limitation for artisanal fishing. They cannot go more than 3 miles offshore. This will allow them to go a little bit further, stay a little bit of time also in the sea, which will improve their capture. At the moment, we have 50 business plans that 90% of them are women-led. And now we are supporting them how to connect with the investments, opportunities, and fundings that are available.
Recolhe nome para formação para pescadores sobre conserva de pescado a bordo, para ficar prático, com experiência para fazer qualquer coisa de bem-estar. E também para pescadores na formação de guia turista.
People like Maria are very important for the program because she was already empowered, but she showed with the training and all the support that we have given, she has embraced more challenges. So now she is thinking bigger and she can be the example for others.
Podemos para o quinta é formação, quinta é reunião, quinta fazer tudo por tudo, também tá para a comunidade também para ter uma mulher ativa, assim, mas onde que vai, para ficar missão de comunidade, que nós é chefe de família para não arranjar coisa de buscar pão para nosso filho.
Today we are releasing a report that for the first time has information on the sustainability of 2,570 fish stocks around the world. And the main result of the report is that 35.5% of the fisheries out there are unsustainably exploited. That means that out of 100 fish stocks, all treated equally, 35 of them are overexploited, and there are very different patterns that we see in different regions. In Canada, the US, the Pacific side, more than 90% of the stocks have been sustainably exploited. In the Antarctic region, 100% of the stocks are sustainably exploited. So those are the positive. There are some negatives. For example, the northwest African coast down to the Gulf of Guinea, more than 50% of the stocks are overfished. And this is a trend that has been deteriorating over time. The Mediterranean and the Black Sea, also in a difficult situation. 65% of the stocks in this sea are overexploited. The main lesson of the report first is that management works. It has to be effective management, but it works. And it is important to recognize this because we know how to rebuild populations.
Meetings between civilizations have actually happened in the past, but they have happened at a very slow rate, at a rate at which it was possible to assimilate Well, it took many travelers, it took many years. But today, everything happens more quickly. In fact, it is amazing to see how quickly you have been embraced by the whole of the American civilization and the whole world.
As I say, mostly, it has also another side of it, especially for the very young people, they find it all of a sudden something very exciting and very interesting.
We are different people and different civilizations so that we can express different approaches to life. And the excitement is precisely because we are different. If we were the same, it wouldn't be at all interesting.
L'océan produit la moitié de l'oxygène que nous respirons. Il nourrit 3 milliards de personnes et fait vivre 600 millions d'autres.
Entonces es una conversación de amigos, ¿sientes?
Ce combat est vital pour nous tous. Et je le dis ici avec force, les abysses ne sont pas à vendre. Et pas plus que le Groenland n'est à prendre. Pas plus que l'Antarctique ou la haute mer ne sont à vendre. Pas plus que les licences de pêche des pays en développement ne sont à donner. Pas plus que les données scientifiques ou la sécurité des populations littorales ne sont à sacrifier. Nous parlons d'un bien commun.
Esta cumbre debe ser recordada como el momento en que el mundo entendió que cuidar, proteger el océano no es una opción, es una obligación moral, es racionalidad económica y la protección misma de la existencia de nuestra especie en esta tierra.
We live in an age of turmoil, but the resolve I see here gives me hope. Hope that we can turn the tide, that we can move from plunder to protection, from exclusion to equity, from short-term exploitation to long-term stewardship.
There's not one of us who isn't affected by new changes in data, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, innovations, foresight, and behavioral science. They are shaping all of our lives, and that is why the UN 2.0 Week matters to all of us. UN 2.0 is a series of the most important facets of our people. You and I, all part of the United Nations and part of the multilateral system. It's around how to harness innovation and digital transformation to all together transform the United Nations into a body that serves better than we ever have before. There is a rich series of panels and discussions, and you can register at the link below and join any one of those sessions. The entire UN 2.0 agenda matters more today than it ever has.
The scenes or landscape in the battlefields are dramatically changing. If you look at the news from Ukraine or in the Middle East, I mean, you hear very often about UAVs or armed drones. It has basically become a weapon of choice. The most common ones are UAVs, uncrewed aerial vehicles. And they come in different shapes, sizes, and forms. The small ones, very simple ones that you can basically pick up from your local toy shop, to very sophisticated UAVs that are developed and produced for military purposes. And that is a dramatic sort of changes in the way in which the war and conflicts are fought.
The nature of warfare for the major powers who have been investing in weapon systems has been increasingly remote, right? greater distance from the battlefield, but still with human control over the identification, the selection, and the firing on targets. If those functions are no longer ones that are undertaken by humans but are undertaken by machines, it raises a whole host of questions, not least the current laws of war fit for purpose because they were written for humans and not for machines.
The development of technologies like autonomous weapon systems will make it very easy for people to go to war. These systems, once activated, have the ability to go and search, select, target an individual. These systems can be able to make decisions about who lives or die without any further human intervention or control. You can end up not being able, number one, to tell who deployed these systems to begin with. Even if you knew where they were coming from, we may end up with a crime. We may end up with a wrongful act that has been done, but with no soul to blame. Where you can say, who did this to me? And someone will say, actually, no one did. It was the machine.
When autonomy means that once you actually switch it on, then the machines actually are fully delegated with the decision-making power to target and trigger the lethal force and then use the lethal force, then it gets really in a blurring, a very difficult area of who is accountable, who is responsible.
I think our experience of technology is that it's imperfect and that it makes mistakes, and we're willing to, tolerate that in the civilian world of our daily lives. But when it comes to the battlefield, a mistake can mean life or death, and it's very easy for machines to mistake targets. We're very concerned about autonomous weapon systems targeting people and using sensor technology to do that. The AI is still flawed, and yet we're starting to incorporate it into weapon systems, and to incorporate it now when it's still not functioning properly and when it brings with it the biases of the people who were programming those systems, it could end up with disastrous results for humanity.
Machines making a decision to take human life is just simply morally repugnant, and it should not be allowed. It should be, in fact, banned by international law. That's the United Nations position. So autonomy, especially attached to UAVs, is a really source of concern.
In terms of international humanitarian law, you are only authorized to target and kill people who are directly participating in hostilities or who are members of a certain state armed force. And I would say you can precisely target a wrong target. So the question is, can these systems be able to lawfully identify legitimate targets?
In a conflict area where things are rapidly changing, where it's completely unpredictable, I doubt that a machine would be able to make the decisions needed to spare civilians, and that they could actually really also make a legal analysis of who is a combatant and who is a civilian in a very short time frame.
When it comes to use of force, especially lethal force, the international law framework is based on the human accountability. So you can't hold the machines or the AI or algorithms accountable. We do have the existing international humanitarian law, and those humanitarian law doesn't apply to just specific categories of weapons. Whatever the weapon systems that you're using, The number one rule is to protect civilians, non-combatants. And this is something that we absolutely have to maintain, but also, I would say, strengthen. We need to make sure that it will be fully implemented.
We think that explicit new international rules are needed to tackle autonomous weapon systems and to give the world a home or a framework for dealing with the problems which are going to be raised in the years to come. Currently, there is no international framework to deal with autonomous weapon systems, and one is urgently needed, and not just in the next couple of decades, but the next couple of years.
Left unregulated, uncontrolled, then I'm sure it will become an existential question. We are still at the beginning of the AI use in weapon systems, and that's why the discussions and negotiations really require urgency. Before these things actually become the weapon of choice, fully autonomous weapons, no human oversight, no human accountability. We need to make sure that we prevent that sort of a quite unpredictable impact on human race.
We've seen a real momentum in terms of commitment to dealing with the problems that the oceans are facing. There's a real recognition that we have a crisis facing the ocean, but also that there's a toolbox out there to do something about that. For me as legal counsel, I've been particularly following the issue of the BBNJ agreement. That is going to provide support to conservation of marine biodiversity in areas that are not within individual states' jurisdiction. These are huge areas. Finding ways for states to cooperate to protect marine biodiversity in these huge areas of the ocean is a major step forward. What the UN family does is supporting states in actually doing this. So capacity building, support in taking these conventions and making them a reality at the national or regional level. So we're heading down the final stretch towards that treaty entering into force, and that is a real contribution to the legal protection of the oceans ahead.
My name is Ahmed Abu Amsha. I'm a music teacher in Edward Said Conservatory. We make music for kids to heal them with music therapy. I displaced almost 12 times. And in the end, I'm here in the middle of Gaza. In Khan Yunis, I make a group called Gaza Bird Singing, GPS. I have another 5 colleagues teaching with me instruments. I'm just searching between the tents and I find a lot of kids that they have talent.
وتقريبا نزحت أكثر من 11 مرة وكل ما انزح أشرد بس باخذ معي الناي هذا وهو حرفيا بنسيني الحرب وبنسيني كل حاجة.
كان كل ما ننزح بحس بخوف بحس قلبي بضل يضل فأنا كل ما يعني أحس بخوف بروح أعزف على الموسيقى وإن شاء الله تخلص الحرب ونرجع لمعهدنا اللي كنا ندرس فيه.
So we try our best to spread joy and love for music despite this situation, the hunger, the starving, there will be a light through darkness with music.
This is Alpha Golf 249, radio check, over. I have conducted trainings to all the military personnel in UNISFA on incorporating gender into peacekeeping operations. I also have interactions with the community, women and children and even men of the community, where we had a team of medical personnel join us to conduct education on the effect of harmful cultural practices such as female genital mutilation and early marriage. I also work with the community through the OMPO Gender Cell and the OMPO Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Advisor.
deployed in UNISFA in April 2023 as a gender officer in Tajale team site. One of my duty is to engage the women on the issues of sexual and gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence. My initial meeting with the people was very alarming. I saw children roaming in the streets aimlessly. I knew I had to do something. When I went to Tajale the other time, I saw that the village was empty. Most of the children were not to be found. I asked and they said they were all in Abe attending school. And so that is one of my highlights in UNISFA.
Alo Damasse. Kadalnaaningaanniik saaraulsuimi ataqarpunga inu issittormiut siunnersuusoqatigifianni siulittaasuuvunga. As an indigenous people, Inuit have occupied the Arctic for millennia. We mostly live in the areas of the Arctic where there's no trees, on tundra, having developed highly specialized skills on surviving and thriving in the Arctic. We are about 180,000 in total across the Arctic, from Chukotka, Russia, Alaska, Canada, and Galashlitnunat, Greenland, where I am from. The inhabitants in total is about 56,000, and about 90% of us are Inuit. Across our homelands, we are experiencing massive changes in our nature due to climate change. We are seeing how permafrost is melting, so our coastal areas are eroding by the sea eating it up. Infrastructure is changing due to thaw of permafrost. In Galashlitnunat, Greenland, we are seeing how the sea ice is different. In some years it doesn't settle at the time it usually would do. So when that happens, there's families that live a more traditional life from hunting who do not have access to hunting. It was important for me to do that work. We know that more than half of the known deposits are on or near indigenous people's lands. And we know that this huge pressure to transition away from fossil fuels by the use of critical minerals is going to also put pressure on indigenous peoples. So we need to do this right. We need to do this with full implementation and respect for the rights of indigenous peoples to be self-determining about their own lands and territories and resources. I'm very, very happy to see that the Permanent Forum has put Indigenous women's rights at top priority. It's unfortunately still so that Indigenous women, and especially Inuit women, are overrepresented in the statistics on violence against women. This is exactly the reason why it is so important that we continue focusing on the implementation of the rights of Indigenous women and girls based on the instruments we have, both the Convention on the Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination Against Women, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the very important General Recommendation number 39 on the rights of Indigenous women and girls. There is basically no negotiation that is not relevant for Indigenous peoples. We are affected by all decisions taken in this world, and it should be so that we naturally have a seat at the table, that our voices are heard, that our priorities are taken into account, and not least that our rights are upheld in developing new treaties and new agreements and new resolutions.
Even before these earthquakes struck, Myanmar was a country that was already facing a spiraling humanitarian crisis. 1 month in, there are countless people still living outside in the open air. They're in makeshift shelters, they're in tents, and they are exposed to extremely harsh elements.
The people seeking shelter in these areas are those of whom whose houses have been completely collapsed or partially destroyed, and that they are concerned that the aftershocks will also destroy the remaining parts of their houses. That's why they do not dare to go back to their home and seeking shelter there. So that's why they are seeking shelter over here. So despite all of the destruction that they have witnessing that their loved one have been killed, witnessing that their neighboring got injured because of the earthquake, they are standing strong for themselves.
The UN and NGOs have been on the ground working very closely with local organizations to deliver this aid. And since the earthquakes hit, we have reached at least 600,000 people with water, sanitation, and hygiene support, close to 500,000 people with various forms of food assistance, and well over 100,000 people with essential relief items. This is some of the support that has been provided so far, but much more is needed.
We know that people are hungry and that malnutrition rates are rising, but our warehouses are empty. Our bakeries are closing, and soon our community kitchens will be closed. What we see around us is endless suffering under a total and complete blockade. A total closure that's now lasted for almost 2 months, while airstrikes, ground operations are intensifying, and displacement orders that are pushing people out of their homes are increasing. We know people are trapped under the rubble after airstrikes, but we don't have the equipment to be able to rescue them. We know that children need to learn, but schools are destroyed or inaccessible, and we don't have education supplies available. UNRWA, we know, is irreplaceable, but is under unprecedented pressure. We know that people are living on rubble, but we have no more tents or shelter material to provide them.
بدنا شاش، أول ما بدنا لحوم، بدنا سمك، بيصيروا الأولاد يصرخوا علينا يقولوا، بنقول لهم إن شاء الله بفتح المعبر وبنجيب. إحنا في مجاعة أكثر من مجاعة هذه أكثر من مجاعة، والحمد لله صابدين. الحمد لله صابدين على الإشي هذا. صغيرة عشان أقدر أشيلها وأنا مروحة المكان طلع بعيد عشان يروحني.
We know that this is not only about humanitarian needs, but it's about dignity. And there is an assault on people's dignity in Gaza today. In fact, this doesn't really look like a war. People in Gaza are telling me that they feel like it's the deliberate dismantling of Palestinian life.
قبل الحرب بقينا نعمر ونصلح طرق. اليوم مدينة قاعدين زي ما انتم شايفين بنزيل دور عشان نطلع جثث شهداء، والحمد لله على كل حال.
له تقريبا ما يقارب العام يعني موجود تحت الأنقاض. يعني بعد انتهاء الحرب حاولنا انه احنا اخراج جثته، لكن هذه عمارة كبيرة مكونة من 7 طوابق، ما قدرنا نخرجه من هان او محاولة اخراجه الا من خلال الآليات الثقيلة الباقر يعني.
طريقنا نعيش هنا فيه، لكن العيشة مش عيشة، هذه عيشة صعبة يعني للغاية بنعاني من المية وبنعاني من الأكل ومن كل شيء بنعاني.
Earlier today, local authorities reported attacks by Israeli forces that struck several heavy machinery vehicles across Gaza, halting solid waste and rubble removal services.
بدنا عن أحسن شيء نعينوا اللي الجثث من تحت الركام، هذه يعني حرمة المية دفنه، هذا بدنا نتأمل يعني يجي يعينوا الركام من هنا ويشيلوا الشهداء. أنه تحللوا يا وين هاللي تحللوا.
Peacekeeping had a tremendous success in Cambodia. We can see that the combination of a strong mission led by the United Nations with so many partners and the peace agreement that was implemented by the parties. Political framework was there, the commitment of the parties was there, and the support of the international community through the UN, through UNTAC, was there as well. And of course, we can see the result today with a Cambodia that is peaceful and that has made tremendous progress in its development. There is a special area in which Cambodia has transitioned from being a recipient to being a provider, and that is Mine Action, where the expertise of Cambodian entities and Cambodian experts are extremely high, and now it's serving other people.
There is basically no negotiation that is not relevant for indigenous peoples.
UNDRIP is not a document to be celebrated once a year. It is a living framework that must guide how we govern, how we invest, and how we treat one another on the shared Mother Earth.
We want to move forward to be able to have jurisdiction on our own lands, on our own resources.
In Rapa Nui, we have our own administration of our heritage, and now we want to do some networking to make it stronger.
The individual and collective rights of indigenous peoples are non-negotiable. Now and forever, we stand with you all in making those rights a reality for indigenous peoples everywhere.
This is Rwanda today. A country transformed over the past 30 years. This new Rwanda has been forged out of the ashes of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, an event that shocked the world. Our story offers a warning of what can happen when political leaders preach division and hatred triumphs over humanity. But it also tells us what can be achieved when a determined people fight together for unity and reconciliation. This is our journey, told by those who have traveled together as we have moved from despair to hope. For much of the world, Rwanda first existed in 1994. And yet, our story starts long before this. Before colonialism, Rwandans had a rich culture, one language, and the people were united around their own organic form of governance. This all changed when colonial powers chose to control Rwandans by ethnicity, creating division and conflict where none had existed previously. This division grew into hatred and violence, culminating in the genocide against the Tutsi, where over 1 million people were murdered in 100 days.
interahamwe zirirukanka bambaye amashara zaba zifite ubuhiri zifite imipanga aho mu isoko zibyina nta ukanda burende bahiga abatutsi mbese mu buryo bukomeye.
Muri jenoside 94 banyiciye imiryango yanjye mu bana 9 nabyaye hasigayemo utwana 2.
Abana ba Mariya 2 n'umugabo wa Mariya abo bose badusanze kuri bariyeri twe turagera kubica.
This genocide was long planned by the government of the time, who used education and the media to divide Rwandans, creating the conditions for the genocide to happen. The preparation of the genocide and of the 100 days of killings happened in full view of the world, who stood by, watched, and did nothing. No one came to Rwanda's rescue. The killings were only stopped when the Rwanda Patriotic Front overthrew the genocidal government. From that moment, Rwandans began the long, hard road to recovery, healing, and reconciliation.
Mu mwaka w'ibihumbi 2004 nibwo nafashe icyemezo cyo gusaba imbabazi Mariya. Mfati umwanzuro. Numvaga mvuga nti se wenda yaba ntari namusanzeyo kuko numvaga mfite ubwoba. Nkongera nkavuga nti se ubundi amaherezo yazaba yahe. Ngize amahirwe rero ubwo nuvuga ngo Mariya asanze ariyo. Nibwo namubwiye nti uko biri kose urabizi njye ndi mu bantu nyine bakwiciye ariko noneho ndagira ngo umpe imbabazi.
Byagiye bigenda gahoro uko dusabana, uko duhura, uko tuvugana, uko twigishwa, haciye mu nyigisho nyinshi cyane. Ntabwo byari byoroshye.
To heal the wounds of a nation where neighbors killed neighbors, and even some family members turned on each other, the new Rwanda had to find a way to deliver justice for the victims, which could manage the scale of the crimes, and could also heal the torn social fabric of our society. So, we turned to our history for the answer. We set up Gacaca tribunals, a traditional form of community justice where citizens elected Inyanga Mugayo, men and women of integrity in their communities, who heard almost 2 million genocide cases. This not only ensured that justice was delivered, but also established the truth of the killings. Reconciliation could begin at last.
Gacaca zimaze kugeramo abaturage tugakorana bari bafunguye bakaza bagashinjanya kanaka uwe kanaka twajyanye mu gitero we kanaka twajyanye mu gitero ngo kuko abakoze jenoside ngo kuko bagaragaye.
Abenshi rero muri Gacaca byatumye bamenya uko ababo bishwe barihangana barabyakira bamenya naho bajuguwe.
We asked that the genocide survivors make huge sacrifices by putting aside their desire for retribution in favor of forgiveness and reconciliation. And we asked all Rwandans to leave the ethnic divisions in the past and embrace a future of Ndumunyarwanda, where we are all Rwandan. Rwanda is still a work in progress. It is up to the next generations to learn the true story of our past, to protect against genocide, denial, and hate, and keep the memory and the lessons of our history alive.
En fait, le négationnisme est en pleine expansion sur Internet, sur les réseaux sociaux, puis sur Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Le discours n'a pas changé. Certaines personnes vont, par exemple, prétendre que le génocide n'a pas été planifié, mais que les gens se sont mis en colère et ont commencé à tuer. Il faut qu'on soit plus nombreux à protéger la vérité, à protéger l'histoire du génocide contre les Tutsis sur ces plateformes-là.
For our friends around the world, we thank you for continuing to stand with us and ask you to share Rwanda's story and what we've learned about division and reconciliation at a time when the world seems increasingly more fractured.
You can start to see where certain types of weapons were employed, certain types of ammunition in those weapons, and the impacts that they had on people, on property.
Following the student-led protests in Bangladesh, it was the interim government itself that requested the deployment of a fact-finding mission to Bangladesh. The team visited hotspots, sites of protests, including universities. We also received more than 900 submissions from individuals.
In terms of expertise, we need traditional human rights experts and investigators who conduct interviews and look at the information received. We have zoomed in on certain key areas here. For example, we have a shooter and trying to triangulate and cross-check the information.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Origins is the beginnings. It means the roots. Talk about people who have been forcibly taken away from the continent, talking about where I was born. Nigeria, the culture I was raised in. So for me, this piece is drawing from the different symbols and different themes that have to do with the place I was born.
Good Trouble is an act of defiance. The piece behind me is titled Caribbean Olympics. The Haitian Revolution is the theme. By addressing the work through a swimming competition, in this case, Haiti is first, waving his hand in the air, symbolizing liberation and the first island to gain independence.
We're so excited to be here at the United Nations. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that's what the Stories of Us is all about. We believe that if we're going to make those ideals a reality, then we have to truly know each other, because we are our stories. We are the stories we hear, we are the stories we tell.
This year, we're going into the second decade for people of African descent. We also invited them as part of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and Slavery Outreach Program. It speaks to the origins of enslavement, and then it traces emancipation, those struggles that happened, and then it really lands in this area of asking us to reimagine the world that we want to live in with much more justice and dignity.
For me, having this piece here, the United Nations, in this time is very important because as a talking drum, I like to drum up the attention that Haiti really deserve and need, especially right now.
Artworks like this help to show the complexities of what makes us human. This is just an amazing thing to have this experience. We walk into this place and see the different sides of what makes us unique and what makes us beautiful, and that's what makes us human.
In 1945, when the UN was created, humanity had gone through two catastrophic wars. The First World War, in which 30 million people or so had died, and a Second World War, in which another 60 million people had perished. So the demand by the states to have some sort of security in the future to prevent the outbreak of a Third World War was so insistent that when President Roosevelt of the United States proposed creating this body called the UN, there was immense attention given to the idea and great enthusiasm among the states that had won the Second World War to come together and actually put together this unusual organization that would stamp out the possibility of conflicts in the future. And that's what brought them together in San Francisco in 1945, and they drafted the UN Charter.
And it is now my duty, my honor and my privilege in the chair to call for a vote on the approval of the Charter of the United Nations.
The UN Charter was the sum and substance of humanity crying out for some sort of world order. They created a charter which reflected the aspirations of humanity for peace, for negotiating settlements, for handling food shortages and dealing with health issues and transportation and all the features that go into living a life on the planet. And that was the notion behind the UN. And frankly, the spirit was very enthusiastic at that time. Of course, we now know today that the UN has survived for 80 years through many different crises, and ones that sometimes it helped settle and sometimes was not able to help settle. Nonetheless, the aspiration to have this organization around is so deep in the human spirit that I just think that had the UN dissolved yesterday, it would be reinvented today. It's just so necessary, and we still look up to it as the place to get peace in this world. The world of today is better off, frankly, than it was in 1945. I think it's so important to remember what the UN is all about, why the UN Charter, which was established 80 years ago, is so significant for our lives. It has helped give the ground rules about how people should live their lives, how states should work with each other, how disputes can be settled. So it's almost a kind of guideline for how lives should be lived and how the earth should be governed. The UN represents symbolically the idea of collective security, the idea that we are all together in the plight of humankind, and that we cannot act separately. We have to be unified. Remember, the Charter, the UN Charter, is something we should all treasure for future generations.
Kono garmu dung ti mamarle nyenge bu wi ko la we cham to gbara wi jemi na we wan ko ke mi na ran le mu na ran go dor se la kal ko.
In light of the current security developments, we recognize through our engagements with the communities and the displaced persons that there are some concerns about their safety and their future. As United Nations Police, we have engaged through the communities, actively patrolling, being present in the areas, and in an aim to help them feel safer.
Our mandate is the protection of civilians. So that's the main one reason why we patrol during night. And another main reason is to make the IDPs feel secured and confident.
Sudan is in the grip of a crisis of staggering scale and brutality. A crisis that is increasingly spilling over into the wider region. We have held extensive consultations with Sudanese civilians and are crying out for an immediate ceasefire and the protection of civilians. In my previous capacity as High Commissioner for Refugees, I had the privilege to work extensively in Sudan. I saw firsthand the enormous generosity of the Sudanese people as they supported their own internally displaced population as well as refugees, including those from Eritrea, Chad, South Sudan, and even Ethiopia. Now the international community must show the same level of support to the Sudanese people in their moment of despair as the Sudanese people once showed to their neighbors in distress. I urge all of you to use your tremendous leverage for good. Your pledges today will be the expression of that support. We must do more and do more now to help the people of Sudan out of this nightmare, and I thank you.
We have about 30 million people who require humanitarian assistance. This is actually something like 5 more million people compared to the previous year. We also call this actually a protection crisis because of the heavy price that the people have to pay. There is an upsurge in the attacks of the general population at large, the health facilities, civilian infrastructure, and so forth. And the question then is it getting worse? I would say certainly yes. Of the people that are actually affected, including the IDP caseload, it's actually largely women, about 70% of them, especially women and girls. We have put out there an appeal for 4.2 billion. What we are essentially talking about, if we are to reach the 21 million people that are in need of some form of humanitarian assistance, all we need is something like 50 cents per person per day.
There was no food in the country at the time. Half of the city was burnt down completely.
During the war, I was in Sierra Leone after I experienced 11 years of civil war. With all the atrocities and suffering that I have seen and experienced, I decided to join the Sierra Leone police force in order to maintain law and order, protecting life and property.
I survived because the UN came to my country, and that's why I'm alive.
People from other countries, they went there for peace in my country, and today I'm saying thanks to God because there is peace in Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone today is the example of peacekeeping. 24 years later, from a failed state, today we are a member of the Security Council. When you see that flag coming to your village or to your town, you know that you will live to fight another day.
She's my mom. She arrived since 10 days. Have lung contusion injury and leg fracture. She was on mechanical ventilator. Since 3 days, she is extubated. But now she's breathing on room air. I hope to be more better. This is the worst time now because we haven't any bed. And we have a crowded in ICU, full bed. An emergency room, full bed, and we have an IDPs in emergency room. The OR also working 24 hours continuously. Sometimes we work like 24 hours and off 24 hours and another. We need more of medical supplies like things like to deal with the bleedings, to deal with burn, to deal with fix like wires and pins. We need a lot of things for abdominal gauze, a lot of things for infection control, a lot of experts also to support us in managing of these cases. Automask for all child now facing something like PTSD and need psychological support. So the team here and the staff start to psychological support this young lady, young child, and use some eating therapy, some like toys for this child. She want to put an auto mask for this toy, and I think she hope to be a doctor in the future to treat another victims like others, treat them.
You seem very clever. Were you very good? Are you very good at school?
يعني بس أخوي أشطر يعني.
Are you excited that you can hopefully see your sister soon? So you're going to be her big brother. You're going to have to help look after her, no?
أعطيها شغل، أعطيها سوي لها أي حاجة تلاقيها.
الولد يعني الصراحة بده دعم نفسي كتير، بس بيسأل عن أهله، بيستفسر عن أهله، طب مثلا ليش راحوا سابوني.
And you have a very special relationship with Omar, no?
زيهم زي أولادنا وأحسن كمان إن شاء الله. قد ما نقدر نعوضهم إحنا حنعوضهم إن شاء الله. بحكي له أنت متذكر صورة بابا وماما يا عمر؟ بحكي لي أنا بضلني أغمض عينيا عشان أتذكر صورتهم ما أنساهمش.
We also have to deal, of course, and help them cope with the trauma and find new ways. Today, my first visit since the ceasefire, and we see a lot of movement, we see a lot of activity. I visited a health point, newly established, where pregnant women, newborns and children up until the age of 5 get a very simple but important health check and referrals. I'm now at a UNICEF-run mental health facility, children to play, to be together, but also to allow psychologists or specialized caretakers to see which children have suffered even more than every other child and need specialized and dedicated attention. But of course, the trauma is collective. Let's hope the ceasefire holds, that we can continue to bring in the humanitarian assistance that is so much needed, but also all the other goods that people come up to me and ask for. Shelter, a roof over their heads, clean water, to sleep perhaps in future in a bed, all the basic simple stuff in life they've all lost.
World Health Organization supports Gaza's health system.
مبسوطة كتير الحمد لله لأنه منظمة الصحة العالمية راح تاخدني. أنا لما انقصفت رجلي انبترت، كل قفص الصدر انكسر، وبتمنى إنهم يعالجوا كل المرضى وإنهم يستكملوا رحلة علاجي للخارج ويركبوا لي طرف على وإن شاء الله يقدروا يعملوا لصدري حاجة وأنشف بإذن الله.
Today, the World Health Organization is delivering fuel, supplies, medication, and is arranging for the medical referral of one patient from the north to the south in Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza City. The World Health Organization is supporting this hospital to resume services after the attack that it has sustained back in the 22nd of May.
It's okay for me, you just need to take care of the chest tube.
الحمد لله عدنا من خلال الأيام السابقة ورممنا مستشفى كمال عدوان، واليوم الإخوة في منظمة الصحة العالمية مشكورين جدا على إمدادنا بكميات المهمة لتشغيل أقسام حساسة، قسم غسيل الكلى وجراحة الأطفال وقسم العناية المركزة وقسم المواليد والاستقبال والطوارئ وقسم الاستقبال العام. شكرا لكم على ما قدمتموه، ونتمنى المزيد والانتظام بإمدادنا بالوقود اللازم حتى نستطيع أن نقدم خدمة طبية وإنسانية آمنة لشمال قطاع غزة.
The World Health Organization is here to support the health system in the entire Gaza Strip.
We know what to do. We know what is right. What's holding us back?
The particular depths that we'll explore today, commitment, compassion, understanding, and collaboration, are meant to open minds, ignite senses, and to inspire possibilities.
The ocean is by far the dominating biological, physical, and chemical system on planet Earth.
At the same time, oceans suffer due to the climate crisis and myriad types of pollution generated by socially irresponsible human activity.
Our incentives are entirely misaligned. We spend 40 times more finance in destroying nature than we do in protecting it.
We are totally at an all-hands-on-deck moment right now.
I am a descendant of the ocean, and all of us in this room are as well. And when you are a descendant of something, you have a responsibility to it.
To understand this interconnection, this profound and fundamental interconnection, we can turn not just to our community above land, but also below it.
There is hope. There is a chance. We can make a difference, and all we have to do is stick together.
The ocean is our future, our responsibility. Let us come together to live up to that responsibility and reawaken our commitment to the ocean.
We cause the problems. We are the solution.
We live on a blue planet. It's time we act like it.
Je m'appelle René Cayenne, moi dans la classe terminale, dans le lycée national de Pétionville. Il arrive un moment que côté Pétionville, même vient subir même bagaille que l'autre zone a subi tout. Il y a un problème de sécurité, bandits a fait ravage, a kidnapping tout ça. Tirer moun fait moun subir des bagailles qui pas supposé vivre. C'est une raison qui permet que l'école soit fermée. C'était vraiment triste, nous-mêmes élèves en classe terminale qui avons subi une épreuve, et côté que nous pas comme si suivre pour gens que nous avons suivi. Comment examen ça va le faire? Qui ça qu'on ça va mettre sous feuille examen ça pendant que pas jamais suivre un cours?
Enormous violence has forced them out of school. But when the Ministry of Education and UNICEF and local organizations come together, it is possible to offer a counter-positive force.
L'État paysan prend une décision côté que les mettez un cours de rattrapage dans chaque école qui fait le samedi et le dimanche. Les professeurs travaillent assez bien, nous comprenons bien que nous ne pouvons pas finir rattraper tout vraiment, mais nous avons essayé de rattraper un peu dans le temps que nous avons perdu, dans le temps que nous avons fait par l'école. Si pas de cours de rattrapage, je pense que oui, nous avons un examen, nous avons composé, nous avons réussi, mais il y a des choses nous avons été médiocres sur eux, nous ne pouvons pas connaître. Pendant que nous qui jouons une opportunité pour nous retourner à l'école, on s'est tout nous qui pas joué une opportunité ça. À qui cause ça, il y a ces problèmes d'insécurité pour les pays absumés. Ça qui arrive tous ces problèmes de déplacement. Et ça qui arrive tout malheureusement c'est parents qui n'ont pas assez de moyens pour ça.
J'ai changé le message pour dire que l'Afrique n'est pas une poubelle. C'est ici, donc, c'est le quartier général de l'homme plastique. Un dépotoir d'ordures, donc, transformé, donc, un petit paradis. Tous les arbres que vous voyez ici, c'est moi qui l'ai fait avec mon équipe. Tu manges des sacs plastiques tous les jours. Aux enfants qui viennent ici, on les donne des graines, ils le plantent. Soit tu peux le garder à la maison, ou bien tu vas le laisser ici et nous, on va continuer de surveiller. L'implication des enfants, donc, je pense que c'est quelque chose de très normal donc, de travailler sur la protection de l'environnement. Parce que les adultes, c'est un peu difficile donc, de faire comprendre pour certaines personnes donc, les dangers qui sont liés sur les matières jetables. Automatiquement, il va capter ça, même s'il voyait son père ou bien sa maman donc, en train de faire cela, eux-mêmes, donc, il va prendre donc, la responsabilité de le sensibiliser pour que sa maman arrête définitivement ça. Ce qui a changé, nous avons constaté vraiment toutes les grandes surfaces commencent à utiliser des sacs en papier. Donc il y a certains gobelets donc, qui étaient là au début, il est en train de disparaître définitivement donc, dans la circulation. Nous avons vu aussi l'engagement de la jeunesse d'aujourd'hui sur la lutte contre la pollution plastique. En même temps aussi, il y a des restaurants de zéro déchet partout dans le Sénégal. Malgré le plastique est toujours là, mais on va continuer de se battre parce que donc, actuellement, le monde entier se lève donc, pour lutter contre ça. Notre devoir, c'est de battre jusqu'à la fin de nos jours, rien que pour la sauvegarde de la planète.
فيش مكان نلعب فيه الدنيا ردم الدنيا كلها ردم مش عارفين ايش نلعب فيش حاجة نسلي حالنا ولا نلعب مش عارفين كل الدنيا ردم وزبالة وخايفين احنا بلاش نخبط هيك في حجر نوقع راسنا يصير لنا حاجة نتغرز فممكن يصير لنا يعني نروح على المستشفيات ومستشفيات هلقيت في الوضع الحالي يعني مش شغالة يعني تعتني في الناس منيح فاحنا مش عارفين وين نلعب ولا عارفين حاجة مش عارفين ايش نساوي في هالبلد مش عارفين
ابني كان موجود عندنا في البيت صعد إلى سطح المنزل هنا الدعتر أو يعني طلع مع والدته هنا على السطح سقط من فوق المنزل هنا من الطابق الثاني أدى إلى نزيف في الدماغ قعد في العناية المركزة 14 يوم بس بالتحديد في يوم 22 مارس 2025 استشهد ابني أصيل 4 سنوات ما له ذنب في هيك حياة ما له ذنب في الحرب أطفال كتير ماتت إحنا بنطالب كل أمم العالم كل الدنيا كل الدول اللي عندها رحمة عندها إنسانية بدنا أولادنا يعيشوا زي باقي أطفال العالم
ونشوف المخاطر ونخاف على أولادنا إنه إحنا كل مرة بنيجي من هان
تخاف تيجي ريح ولا تيجي مطرة تريح الدور وتهيل، هذا اللي بخوف كمان. واحنا ماشيين دوبنا على اولادنا صغار بنخاف منهم ودوبنا هون. هذا هاي الدور انقصفت، هذا السطح هاي يعني بنخاف انه يهود علينا واحنا ماشيين. محمد وابني، هذا ابني وابن اخويا وش اسمه، هاي زي ما انت شايف فتحنا طريق عشان ايش؟ على اساس انه احنا نمارس حياتنا الطبيعيه. نمارس حياتنا الطبيعيه من ميه وشرب وحطب وتكسير واكل، يعني مأساة طبيعيه.
géej gi instant yi daa kaayo quoi waaw mais bu ñu demee moom jàpp nañ tuuti rek ay walaar waaw mais bi ma ñëwee 1000 francs laa naru quoi.
far nag foofu la 14e jour bu mu kii rek gars yi commencé foofu la gars yi commencé di dee genn am nañu lu mot 30 combien 34 personnes ñi nga xam ne dee nañu ci gaal gi.
waaw xam nga bu njëkk bi dama doon liggéey fii dama doon foraatu may foraatu bu ma ñëwee fii léeg-léeg damay xool di jën mais par la suite laa dem ba ma xam Agri Jeunes foofu la ma jëlee nag mu yóbbu ma Bignona ma dem formation de 15 jours mais dañ ma formé ci agroalimentaire comme que wàllu lekk la te ñu ne biir dafa sensible léegi lekk noo ko mënee defaral noo ko mënee protéger ba nit mën kaa lekk. bu njëkk bi lu ma mënutoon a def maa ngi koy def parce que fu mu nee nii sama jëkkër dama koy jàppale ci dépense dama koy jàppale ci lekk xale yi dama koy jàppale tamit ci inscription xale yi.
Le projet, je me parviens à avoir 1,8 million jusqu'à 2 millions par an. J'ai gagné pour nourrir ma famille. C'est là où j'ai inscrit mes enfants à l'école.
Grâce à Agri Jeunes, on a pu entreprendre dans notre territoire et rester ici à notre territoire en croyant au lendemain meilleur. Un jour viendra, on sera de grands entrepreneurs agricoles ici dans notre territoire.
The New Agenda for Peace is a visionary document. It's forward-looking, and it's a report for our times because it outlines what the current threats are in a very sober and realistic way. We face the climate emergency. We face a breakdown in commitments to international law. We face a growing number of conflicts. The statistics are really quite alarming. What a New Agenda for Peace tries to do is to boldly outline a vision for moving forward and to try and respond to some of these many threats. The world is more complicated. We have many more new technologies, for instance, that are being weaponized. So we need new solutions. We live in a village. The impact in one place will go and impact another place. You cannot treat the climate emergency, for instance, as something that can only be treated between a few countries' borders. It is a global problem. The weaponization of new technologies is a global problem. Misinformation and disinformation, the use of hate speech, these are issues that are impacting across the border. One is an increased re-emphasis on diplomacy for peace, on how do you use the United Nations as the ultimate global arena for resolving some of these issues. A second area is how to do conflict prevention better. So not just when the conflict has started, but to anticipate where there may be conflicts and try and prevent those. You need to make sure that your process is quite inclusive, that it has a whole range of different actors, because when you clinch the deal, when you have the agreement, if you have the widest set of actors who agree to it, chances are that your deal is going to be sustainable, that you will have a long-term peace. When you have peaceful societies, it usually means that everyone in that society is in some ways trying to do their bit, whether they are activists, whether they are working in a civil society organization, or whether they are going to work and acting as responsible citizens and having a voice. I think we're all required to do our bit.
Origins is the beginnings. It means the roots. Talk about people who have been forcibly taken away from the continent. Talking about where I was born, Nigeria, the culture I was raised in. So for me, this piece is drawing from the different symbols and different themes that have to do with the place I was born.
Good Trouble is an act of defiance. The piece behind me is titled Caribbean Olympics. The Haitian Revolution is the theme. By addressing the work through a swimming competition, in this case, Haiti is first, waving his hand in the air, symbolizing liberation and the first island to gain independence.
We're so excited to be here at the United Nations. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and that's what the Stories of Us is all about. We believe that if we're going to make those ideals a reality, then we have to truly know each other, because we are our stories. We are the stories we hear, we are the stories we tell.
This year, we're going into the second decade for people of African descent. We also invited them as part of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and Slavery Outreach Program. It speaks to the origins of enslavement, and then it traces emancipation, those struggles that happened, and then it really lands in this area of asking us to reimagine the world that we want to live in with much more justice and dignity.
For me, having this piece here, the United Nations, in this time, is very important because as a talking drum, I like to drum up the attention that Haiti really deserve and need, especially right now.
Artworks like this help to show the complexities of what makes us human. This is just an amazing thing to have this experience. We walk into this place and see the different sides of what makes us unique and what makes us beautiful, and that's what makes us human.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate-impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs, and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
We know what to do. We know what is right. What's holding us back?
The particular depths that we'll explore today, commitment, compassion, understanding, and collaboration, are meant to open minds, ignite senses, and to inspire possibilities.
The ocean is by far the dominating biological, physical, and chemical system on planet Earth.
At the same time, oceans suffer due to the climate crisis and myriad types of pollution generated by socially irresponsible human activity.
Our incentives are entirely misaligned. We spend 40 times more finance in destroying nature than we do in protecting it.
We are totally at an all-hands-on-deck moment right now.
I am a descendant of the ocean, and all of us in this room are as well. And when you are a descendant of something, you have a responsibility to it.
To understand this interconnection, this profound and fundamental interconnection, we can turn not just to our community above land, but also below it.
There is hope. There is a chance. We can make a difference, and all we have to do is stick together.
The ocean is our future, our responsibility. Let us come together to live up to that responsibility and reawaken our commitment to the ocean.
We cause the problems. We are the solution.
We live on a blue planet. It's time we act like it.
South Sudan, the world's newest nation, born from decades of conflict, achieved independence in 2011. But the path to lasting peace has been rough. Civil war erupted in 2013, displacing millions of Sudan. UNMISS was established as a
You really see through the eyes of peacekeepers. We have been to South Sudan many times, and when I was there, the problem was drought. It was completely dry, and now it's completely flooded. So I saw UN peacekeepers on boats reaching really remote communities. Also, the role of women peacekeepers. Who knew that peacekeepers had a role in education as well?
Really gives you a very, very eloquent picture of what is really peacekeeping, the kind of environment in which peacekeepers operate, the kind of challenges that they're facing, at the same time the difference they make in terms of protecting people and in terms of promoting stability.
I had no idea that peacekeepers did so much.
It gives us hope about the important work that the UN is doing. I'd like to become a peacekeeper myself.
When visitors come to the United Nations, they get a general view of the work of the organization in so many different areas, but they never delve into one specific, especially visually, in an immersive way. So this will help them understand much more what the UN staff does for peace in the field.
I really felt like I was there again, and I didn't need to take a plane to go there, and it really made me feel proud of UN peacekeepers and the incredible work that they do.
kubeba mimba. Bwana akaendaka, wakati yenye aliendaka na njo vile akaendaka aglote, hatukuonanaka tena, na njo vile nikazala na mpaka hivi.
We have had a few cases where the peacekeepers have admitted the paternity, and so the process can start for recognition of the child and to provide the maintenance and support for that child and to the mother. Member states, many of them, have national legislative frameworks that make it difficult for them to take on the responsibility of paternity, because many of them view the situation of paternity as a private obligation. From the UN side, we view that differently. Because the member state has provided personnel to peacekeeping operations, we think the member state also has responsibility, and it is their responsibility to have the peacekeeper acknowledge this paternity.
Batoto yenyewe walizaliwaka ku MONUSCO na wamama wanakosa kama watachungia watoto wapi, wanateseka. Ndeza lomba MONUSCO ibaapuie, ibasaidie wale watoto. Kesho yake wale watoto nao watasaidia nchi, na babasaidie watafute bababo wenye biko wakamate muzigo wa watoto yabo.
Moi, je plaide aussi auprès des États membres pour une mesure temporaire, parce que ça prend beaucoup de temps, tous les enjeux légaux pour adresser une requête de paternité.
We have not always given the focus and attention over the years to this particular aspect of our work on improving conduct and discipline, but we now have a focus on this because these are children left behind. And it really is our role as the United Nations to acknowledge our responsibilities and to work with the member states who have been part of this problem that we have been dealing with.
Yeah, not that easy to remember that day.
The first sounds of explosions were heard at 5 a.m. I was so scared. I woke up immediately with the thought that the war started.
It was a day of fear. It was the day of astonishment.
My task was just to plan and allocate the needed resources to those frontliners who were serving the families on the move, who were serving children with disabilities, who were serving those the most affected.
UN Women, together with a local NGO, we opened a safe space for women to support women psychologically and support them in terms of how to survive in these circumstances.
UNICEF mobilized more resources. We figured out the idea of child-friendly spaces which should be available along the way of people who were evacuating.
Believe in a fair future for our country and for my children gives me hope.
There is this saying that the thing that doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And maybe it's true, but I also always say that I wish I didn't have that experience that I have now.
UN does the great work to support those families, and more support is needed. This is still ongoing war, and still a lot of humanitarian efforts and recovery efforts is needed to support people and to renew the country.
The big event is obviously the Secretary General speaking. The key is to have the journalists as well briefed as possible.
The office of the spokesperson for the Secretary General is really the point of contact between the Secretary General and the global media. This office, which issues press statements, speeches, comments on events, we're the last line before things go out. And all of us in the office, every single staff member has a huge responsibility. During the GA, every statement that goes out, every readout that goes out is always read by two people before it's issued to ensure that mistakes don't happen, because we wind up issuing about 120 readouts or so, dozens and dozens of speeches, and give dozens and dozens of interviews. The high-level week itself starts on the Tuesday, and there's a lot of interest in the Secretary General, what he's going to say up until Tuesday, until he delivers his speech. But after he delivers his remarks, the journalists shift their focus to all the visiting heads of states, the visiting heads of governments, the tension, the clashes, the agreements that are happening. So in a sense, the focus on the SG, on the UN itself, goes down a little bit, but the focus on the UN as a meeting place, as a convening place, rises, and we go with the flow and try to put out fires where they may occur and just make sure the journalists get what they need. This year, we are in a period of great uncertainty, a period of conflict throughout the world, a period of great tension. So I think this will be a particularly interesting General Assembly to see what messages the world leaders come with, where they're willing to find agreement, and sadly also where we're seeing it is impossible to find agreement. But I think this GA is going to be particularly interesting.
Tired, but looking forward to the day ahead. I will have it for you.
As a service, we can't really answer by saying, I don't know. So one of the most important things is to always try to help liaise with the colleagues who would have the answer. So they say protocol is the art of bringing from chaos to calm. So we try to do that. We work long hours, unpredictable schedules, and we're in a way almost on call. When advanced teams of VIPs come in, heads of state, heads of government arrive, we meet them, show them exactly different routes, accesses, the rooms where there will be different meetings, and we have coordination meetings with all departments to prepare. We provide protocol advice on seating arrangements for different meetings, order of precedence. There is another part that is physical preparation. There is a whole ceremonial aspect with the flowers, the flags.
We have all 193 states plus State of Palestine and the Holy See. Yes, we have a complete stock of that, just for the purpose of if the SG has bilateral meetings with heads of states only. So the states' flags are reserved only for heads of states.
I love how we have people from all over the world with a common purpose to make something work smoothly, to make something successful. At the end, when everything goes well, everybody's happy, and you realize how you contributed, perhaps in a very humble way, to making something so big and successful. You have to love helping people, and you have to be patient and wear comfortable shoes.
This is a GA week, so it's busy. We woke up 3 o'clock in the morning. We are expecting to have a busy day, but productive. Good boy. This is my K9 partner, Tango. He has been working in the K9 unit since August 2024. He's a black lab and he's 3 years old. He's specialized in explosive detection. We live together, so we are 24/7. The main activity for us is to search all the rooms in the United Nations, the chambers. The deliveries are coming to the building on a daily basis. We search any unattended items. We have random searches. We rotate a lot, but usually it's a 8 to 4 shift. Of course, sometimes there are long working hours, especially during the General Assembly. September, it's a busy month. It's also busy for them. They have a lot of searches. It's a challenging environment. It's a good experience. This is going to be my first General Assembly working as a K9 handler. I am hoping for me to catch up as fast as I can with him because actually he is the star here and I am learning from him. The role of DSS is to keep all visitors, staff, and delegates safe and secure while they are in the United Nations. It's going to be challenging, but it's going to be very productive because he's an excellent dog and he's going to make us safe.
Hau kuda 650 pohon. Agora todos primero 660 pohon, todos segundo 26, total hamutuk 1850 pohon.
For espaço vai tenia estado, ho espaço vai tenia estado, hori bere tu mai hene, hori hare kata ia fatin dane komunidade preocupado ne. Também dane maka ho UNDP programa nebe maka irrigação, além da irrigação, mas be for atenção para estado, hori estado mai hakar investe programa liu maka nessa irrigação nebe continuação. O programa UNDP programa nebe estabelece irrigação iha área dane ita bakuba perusahaan dalam rua tinene dalam rua além dai dane mos iha kuda iwan sir nebe maka daun iha ulug ne thare kata animal sir husikar birode mai be ho implementação kuda iwan sir ne implementação projeto dane itene komunidade sira e consciência atau bele cuidado sirnia animal sira la bele husikar biru tamba aiwan nebe maka iha destaka iha fatinane aiwan barak tebes ke itene komunidade sira kuda nebe super fo apoio husi raibia.
Why not see human rights and human rights defenders particularly as allies that underpin the Sustainable Development Goals?
We, traditional people, are part of the front line in the fight against the climate crisis that is shaking the world. In these efforts, we are directly helping achieve the SDGs, but we pay a terrible price for doing so. I was there. There was nothing I could do but hear the shots and smell the burning gunpowder in the air. The solution to most of the problems we face lies in justice in all its forms, but we cannot do it alone. We need strong allies. That's why we are calling on the United Nations.
I want to sincerely thank each of you for the incredible work that you are doing every day to protect human rights and uphold the dignity of people around the world. Keep fighting, please. Keep fighting.
When you take away our right to have access to information, our right to clean drinking water, when we've been contaminated without our consent, these are huge violations we felt were occurring, and that is why we decided to take the fight to the UN level. And we need to always remember that when we stand together united, that we can win.
Human rights defenders are our lifeblood because they work with the people on the edges of society. If no one is to be left behind, as the Sustainable Development Goals say, we need to reach those people and we need to protect those who are reaching them.
To mark International Women's Day, I invited my advisory board on gender equality to share their hopes for women and girls around the world, and to reflect upon the ways we can harness their full potential.
My hope is for everyone, woman or man, girl or boy, to do more for gender equality in any little way they can, whether in our work at the United Nations or at home.
Gender equality is the best chance we have at a better world. That is why investing in women and girls now, with urgency and commitment, is our only hope for a better tomorrow for people and planet.
On this day, my hope is for women around the world to have equal access to education, healthcare, employment technology, and to be able to pursue their dreams without fear or barrier.
When we include others, we bring the best out of all of us. When we exclude others, we lose out on their talents, their gifts, and all that they have to offer. The world cannot afford to lose out on what women and girls, in all their diversity, have to offer.
My hope is that the many creative, resilient, and strong women I've met all around the world will bring change. But it needs us all, women and men, in order to implement the Strong Women's Rights Convention. More inclusivity will also mean a more peaceful world.
To be recognized for their meaningful and active role in the society. We are investing in building stronger and resilient societies by providing equal access to quality education for all women and girls as a driving basis to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
My hope for women is welcoming, inclusive workplaces with allies of all genders. My hope is for more women in STEM careers, in management positions and leadership tables throughout society.
Through meaningful and safe participation in decision-making, women and girls of diverse backgrounds will lead their communities, countries, and the world towards sustainable, human rights-based solutions to the multifaceted crises we urgently need to address.
My hope is that women and girls around the world have access to quality education, are empowered, and allowed to pursue their dreams without facing any kind of discrimination and gender barriers.
My hope is that as a result of the 68th session of the Commission of the Status of Women, we can agree on concrete commitments to invest in all women, adolescents, and girls, to strengthen their voice, their agency, their leadership, that will allow them to break the cycle of intergenerational poverty.
I hope for women and girls around the world to be valued and respected equally for who they are, what they represent, and for all their potential. And not only on this day, but always and everywhere.
My hope is that gender is no longer an impediment for women and girls to achieve their dreams.
My hope on this International Women's Day is that we, once and for all, get serious about closing the gender financing gap. Prioritizing investments in women and girls is a human rights imperative and necessary to build truly inclusive and prosperous societies.
Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to gender equality, not just on International Women's Day, but as an enduring pledge to building a fairer world for the generations to come.
I hope we can harness the potential of the Sustainable Development Goals to create a more just, inclusive, equitable society where women and girls can reach their full potential and live in peace.
Together, let us fill the gaps and invest in solutions. Because when women and girls win, everyone wins and society wins.
We partner with artisans in northern Laos who are making jewelry out of aluminum shrapnel from the Vietnam War. During the Vietnam War, the American Secret War was happening in Laos. The U.S. was heavily bombing most of the country. They estimate about one bomb every 8 minutes, 24 hours a day for 9 years. 1 in every 3 of the cluster bombs used never detonated. Around 70 million bombs dropped but never detonated. We are working with nonprofits who are still clearing out those types of bombs that are a threat today. The artisans we work with use that metal, the recycled aluminum from those pieces. They use these earthen kilns in their homes, in their backyards. They have workshops right outside. They can throw the shrapnel in, the aluminum pieces will melt down. And then as they do, they use a very long spoon, pull it out of the kiln and pour it into a mold made out of earth and wood. And inside that mold, they've carved the bangle shape or the shape of any of the jewelry that we're using. They're subsistence farmers primarily, but they sell this art as extra income during the off-season when they're not farming. The rainy season, they can create the jewelry. That has had a massive impact on their lives and the village that we work in. They started by creating spoons. We've worked with them to transform that process for jewelry and bring it to a more global audience.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Angola.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, distinguished delegates, we commend the French Republic and the King of Saudi Arabia for their leadership and commitment in convening this high-level international conference. Angola aligns itself with a statement delivered by Uganda on behalf of the G77 on behalf of non-aligned movements. Mr. Chair, the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on 17 to 18 February 2024 called for the establishment of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine with an internationally recognized borders. We got here today with a sense of urgency to advance the implementation of the United Nations resolution pertaining to the question of Palestine and the two-state solution aiming to achieve just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East. In these regards, Angola supports the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, based on peaceful coexistence and respect for United Nations resolution living side by side in peace and security. Angola repudiates any attempt to displace the Palestinian people from their territories, the continued policy of expanded settlements, and the illegal occupation and annexation of territories belonging to the Palestine. We have been following the alarming report warning about the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, where the risk of famine is increasing daily and the entire community are on the brink of collapse. In this context, Angola is deeply concerned about the implication of the conflict in Gaza for the region and continuation of illegal occupation. We express deep concern about the current humanitarian situation in Gaza as well, which has been rapidly deteriorating following the resumption of hostility in May, causing countless civilians' deaths. Angola rejects any attempt to use humanitarian assistance, particularly food, as a weapon of war, and calls on the lifting of any measures that obstruct necessary humanitarian aid, undermining fundamental human rights, including the rights to life, health, food, water, and sanitation, and increases tension in the region. Mr. Co-Chairs, this conflict must come to an end. The immediate implementation of the ceasefire cannot wait any longer. Full and unlimited humanitarian assistance must be provided. All hostages must be released unconditionally. The time has come for our collective action for the benefit of those in Gaza who see this organization as their last hope for peace and stability. In this context, Angola expresses its support for the ongoing diplomatic effort led by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar to bring the parties back to the implementing the ceasefire agreements as outlined in the Security Council Resolution 2735, adopted in 2024. We therefore urge the parties to act in good faith in fulfillment their obligation to implement the resolution adopted by the Security Council. We also urge the parties to show maximum flexibility to quickly reach an understanding that can lead to the implementation of the agreed ceasefire. We believe that this is the ideal path toward achieving lasting peace in the Gaza and preserving peace and security in the Middle East. The Republic of Angola reaffirms the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, including the right to have an independent state, and calls on the Security Council to admit Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. We believe that the two-state solution is the only viable option to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts and provides the basis for the existence of the states of Israel and Palestine living together side by side in peace and harmony. In this regard, Angola rejects all attempts to destroy the two-state solution and reaffirms its commitment to promoting a just, lasting, comprehensive, and peaceful solution to the question of Palestine in all its aspects. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Angola. I now to the distinguished representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me start by thanking the co-chairs, France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for convening this high-level conference on the implementation of a two-state solution. A solution that at the moment seems distant, but that nevertheless remains the only viable solution. And in the tragedy we are in, the only beacon of hope. A hope that we need to reinforce for all the civilians in Gaza, whose suffering continues to reach new depths. For the families in the West Bank, displaced and terrorized by new settlements and daily settler violence. And for the Israeli hostages held in cruel captivity by Hamas, now for over 660 days, for the Palestinian and Israeli populations alike. However, in a conflict that has lasted more than half a century, this solution runs deep. Installing hope requires action. First and foremost, the war in Gaza needs to stop. We reiterate our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and for the unconditional release of all hostages. The situation in Gaza is unprecedented in its inhumanity. Israel must immediately change course. We welcome any effort to alleviate the suffering. and Israel must lift all restrictions to allow for the provision of safe, dignified, and unhindered humanitarian access in line with its obligations under international humanitarian law. We continue to support UNRWA, which remains essential until a two-state solution is realized. Secondly, de-escalating settler violence and displacement in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, must be stopped. The E1 settlement plan announced recently by Israel will, if implemented, divide a Palestinian state in two and thereby once again seek to undermine a two-state solution. We cannot let this happen. Together with the European Union, we have on numerous occasions expressed our strong rejection of the illegal Israeli settlements, and we have called on Israel to take action to prevent such violence and hold the perpetrators accountable. For the two-state solution to be realized, there can be no forced displacement of the population or unilateral attempts to change the territory and demography of the occupied Palestinian territory. This constitutes a clear violation of international law. Thirdly, the reconstruction of Gaza will be an enormous task for the international community, which we need to prepare for. It will require a coordinated effort with the Palestinian Authority in a leading role. We welcome the recent plan presented by the Arab Group for early recovery, reconstruction, and development of Gaza as a good basis to discuss next steps for Gaza. Denmark will be ready to contribute with substantial funding to early recovery and reconstruction efforts as soon as the situation on the ground permits, and we urge others to do the same. Finally, we need to see a return of the Palestinian Authority to Gaza, with the whole of Palestine unified under one political leadership. We reiterate that Hamas can have no future role in governing Gaza. We also commend the authority for renouncing Hamas and the October 7 terrorist attacks, and for embarking on the necessary reform agenda. To advance a two-state solution, Denmark has maintained a consistent and committed engagement with the Palestinian Authority since its establishment. Reform and capacity building of the Palestinian Authority is a necessary condition along the path to a credible Palestinian state and key to a two-state solution. Only a reformed, stable, and capable Palestinian governance structure can help ensure a renewed political process that in time will address the fundamental aspects of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We stand ready to continue our support to the authority, including in order to pave the way for new elections. We oppose Israel's continued withholding of over $2 billion in clearance revenues with a devastating effect on the Palestinian economy. In conclusion, Denmark reiterates its steadfast commitment to the realization of the two-state solution. Israelis and Palestinians deserve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. At this critical juncture, and through this conference, we must do everything in our power to support that. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sudan. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, we express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France, and we thank them for holding this important conference to arrive at a peaceful resolution to the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. This conference is taking place at a dangerous historic crossroads where the Middle East is facing constant tensions and escalation in a manner that threatens peace and stability in the region. This requires quick action and with a sense of responsibility and adherence to international law to deal with the situation in a manner that would put an end to violence, war, and instability. For the past 2 years, the destructive war on the Gaza Strip has been killing thousands of civilians and displacing them, and the humanitarian situation is beyond catastrophic, and the destruction is unprecedented. The number of those killed and martyred has exceeded 59,000, most of whom were women and children, not to mention the thousands of the wounded and millions of displaced. The time has come to put an end to this humanitarian catastrophe and to arrive at a political solution through negotiations that would lead to the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state in the 1967 borders. This international conference is a historic opportunity that must not be wasted so that we could transform this widespread international support for the two-state solution into a tangible reality through specific measures and with specific timelines and with sincere and tangible international support. This conference must be a turning point that goes beyond simply making statements and expressing empathy. Rather, it must become or must turn into actual steps that would lead to a ceasefire in Gaza and put an end to the humanitarian crisis and enable the Palestinian people to establish their independent state and exercise their right to self-determination so that people in the region and future generations can live in peace and security. We value the efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to arrive at a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. And for the right foundations to be available to this conference, we note the following: the previous resolutions issued by the General Assembly and on the question of Palestine, the widespread international consensus on the two-state solution and the global alliance for the two-state solution, the ICJ's advisory opinion on the legal effect of the Israeli practices in the occupied Palestinian territories. And based on the above, we hope that this conference would arrive at practical outcomes, including the full recognition of the State of Palestine and granting it full membership in the United Nations. And here we welcome the declarations by several countries of their recognition of the State of Palestine. Put an end to settlements and taking actual steps, practical steps towards settlement activity and withdrawal from Gaza. Put a ceasefire or immediate ceasefire in Gaza and opening the border crosses so that humanitarian aid can be accessed, the right of return to the refugees, Palestinian refugees, and guarantee the safety and protection of civilians, implementing the ICJ's advisory opinion, providing financial and political support to the Arab Islamic plan on the reconstruction of Gaza, and finally, defending and supporting UNRWA so that it can perform its tasks and refusing any harm to its mandate. I thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the distinguished representative of Sudan, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste.
Mr. President, Excellencies, first, I thank France and Saudi Arabia for convening this conference. The path to peace between Israelis and Palestinians does not lie in declarations made from afar. It lies with those who bear the weight of this conflict daily, the Israeli and Palestinian people. Only they can craft a future rooted in dignity, coexistence, and mutual recognition. However, they cannot do it alone. Our collective responsibility is to accompany them with courage, clarity, and consistency. Mr. President, this conflict is not a question of ideology alone, but a human tragedy. Generations of both peoples have endured trauma, loss, and fear. The Jewish people, scarred by centuries of persecution and the unfathomable horror of Holocaust, built a homeland in Israel. Palestinians, displaced and stateless for decades, continue to struggle for a nation where they can live with freedom, safety, and self-determination. These narratives are not irreconcilable. They are parallel truths that can and must form the foundation for a just and lasting peace. The two-state solution remains the only viable path forward, enshrined in international law, grounded in UN resolutions, including Resolution 181, and reaffirmed by global consensus. However, aspirations must now become action. Timor-Leste firmly condemns the October 7 attacks by Hamas, a brutal and inexcusable act of terror against civilians. No cause can justify the deliberate target of innocents. Equally, we must denounce the disproportionate military responses that have devastated entire communities in Gaza. The laws of war are not optional. Civilians must never be collateral. Hospitals, homes, and schools are not legitimate targets. Collective punishment is not security. It is a moral failure. Mr. President, we echo the voice of conscience around the world, the moderate voice both in Palestine and in Israel. The suffering in Gaza must end. Humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Hostages taken must be returned safely. Lives be protected, and hope must be restored. In this spirit, as a peace-loving nation, Timor-Leste proposes the following steps. First, an immediate and unconditional ceasefire to stop further bloodshed and allow urgent humanitarian relief. Second, the safe release and return of all hostages. This is a vital measure to rebuild trust. Third, deployment of an international civilian protection presence grounded in the Geneva Conventions to safeguard vulnerable communities. Fourth, a UN-led peace conference with participation from Israel and unified Palestinian leadership, the Arab League, the EU, BRICS, and other peace-loving nations to address final status issues. Fifth, long-term coordinated international support to rebuild Palestinian institutions and ensure a credible, unified leadership committed to peace. We believe that a unified, democratic, and legitimate Palestinian leadership can and will deliver peace. At the same time, we, as members of the United Nations, must recognize that military dominance will never guarantee true security. Real peace comes from recognition, not repression, compromise, or coercion. Timor-Leste aligns with the position of the Arab League, BRICS, and other peace-loving nations in supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state and a just solution for refugees as per international law. We also welcome the Arab Peace Initiative and believe that recent democratic efforts such as the Abraham Accords show that dialogue between former adversaries is possible. As President José Ramos Horta of Timor-Leste reminds us, the Jewish people rising from the ashes of genocide sought sanctuary in their state. Palestinians long displaced deserve the same. Let us amplify the voice of moderation and reason of both sides. They exist and must not stand alone. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mozambique.
Distinguished co-chairs, we thank the co-facilitators, France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their exemplary leadership, and to the 8 thematic groups for their diligent and invaluable work in preparing this historic gathering. Mozambique fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement and wishes to highlight few key points in our national capacities. Co-chairs, as we convene over these 3 pivotal days, the eyes of the world are upon us. There is a profound expectation rooted in justice and human dignity that we will shoulder our collective responsibility and deliver tangible, meaningful outcomes. This conference echoes events from nearly 78 years ago, when the Security Council endorsed the vision of a two-state solution in 1947, a decision intended to mark an enduring step toward the Palestinian people's inalienable right to self-determination, freedom, peace, and justice. Palestine, recognized by over 140 countries, continues to await for the full realization of its right to self-determination as a sovereign nation. Mozambique was one of the first states to recognize the State of Palestine in 1988 and stood firmly by its decision. We therefore welcome the announcement by France and the United Kingdom of the decision to recognize the State of Palestine. The Palestinian people continue to endure immense suffering, humiliating military occupation, starvation used as a weapon, obstruction of humanitarian aid, the deliberate targeting of civilians, including children, and the destruction of vital civilian infrastructure. The United Nations legal framework provides clear parameters for achieving peace, from the General Assembly and Security Council resolution to the International Court of Justice rulings. The international community has consistently reaffirmed the legal principles regarding the situation governing the situation in the Palestinian territories as the illegality of Israel actions. Co-chairs, Mozambique firmly recalls that violence, unilateral measures, and the systematic use of force only deepens the crisis and exacerbate its far-reaching consequences. We unequivocally condemn all acts of violence, whether by Hamas or by Israel. Mozambique reaffirms its principled position. A viable, lasting peace can only be achieved through the peaceful settlement of disputes and the realization of the two-state solution. To advance this vision from rhetoric to reality, we call for the immediate implementation of the following urgent measures. First, an immediate and unconditional ceasefire to create the necessary space for meaningful dialogue and humanitarian action. The immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and arbitrarily detained persons, ensuring their safe return to their families. The unimpeded and protected delivery of humanitarian assistance to all civilians in need. The full admission of Palestine as a member state of the United Nations. Co-chairs, Mozambique supports all genuine peace efforts and initiatives aimed at a peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, particularly those led by Qatar, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the United States, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Organization. The time for half measures and empty promises is over. The Palestinian people deserve justice, dignity, and sovereign state. The Israeli people deserve security and peace. And finally, the international community now faces both a responsibility and a unique opportunity to act with resolve. Let us translate the collective commitment expressed during this conference into meaningful action. And finally, make the long overdue two-state solution a reality. I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mozambique, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Distinguished co-chairs of the conference, dear colleagues and friends, at the outset, allow me to congratulate France and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this conference. Bosnia and Herzegovina aligns itself with a statement delivered earlier by the European Union, in line with our obligations stemming from the Stabilization and Association Agreement we have signed with the EU. Position of Bosnia and Herzegovina on the crisis of the Middle East is long-standing and principled for decades. Even since becoming UN member state in 1992. Diplomatic relations between Bosnia and Herzegovina and the State of Palestine were established in May 1992 within the succession framework, continuing its own right diplomatic practice of the former Yugoslavia in relation to the State of Palestine. The State of Palestine established and opened the embassy in Sarajevo more than 20 years ago, working on the promotion of peace and fostering all forms of cooperation between our two countries. We express support for all ongoing diplomatic efforts to end this brutal war. The ceasefire, as a first step, must be established immediately, unconditionally and permanently. Civilian casualties by means of shelling or starvation must stop. the accountability of all those responsible for terrorist acts and violations of international law, especially international humanitarian law, is prerequisite for moving forward. Accountability is not optional. Impunity must not be allowed. As a country that experienced the importance of lifeline that is humanitarian aid supplied by the United Nations to the cities and enclaves under siege 3 decades ago in my country, we deplore catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and urge the State of Israel to allow delivery of humanitarian, especially medical aid and food supplies to all citizens of Gaza. There is no justification for this, none whatsoever. In this regard, we find the work of UNRWA, along with other UN agencies, indispensable as support for civilian population. We urge the unconditional release of all hostages on both sides, especially civilians, women and children, leading to a permanent end of hostilities. In this respect, the position of my country is principled and clear, and this is stipulated in Bosnia and Herzegovina strategic documents. Only long-lasting solution is the one with 2 states, with the state of Palestine and state of Israel, full members of the United Nations, living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. After the brutal aggression on war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, genocide in Srebrenica, and regardless of how many opened wounds remain, and we still do have, our message, and one message Dayton Peace Accord have taught us, is that peace is not everything, but without peace, nothing is possible. Having said so, in conclusion, I want to thank all of 19 co-chairs, led by France and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for offering us comprehensive and action-oriented New York Declaration that is in front of us, that can serve as an initial roadmap for fulfilling our shared goals and objectives. We are looking forward to implementation of it. In this high time, to move us from wise words to concrete deeds, on a pathway from war and crimes to sustainable peace and dignity for all. I thank you for your attention, and distinguished co-chairs, I thank you again.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines.
Mr. President, the Philippines joins other member states in thanking France and Saudi Arabia for their excellent leadership in laying the groundwork for this international conference aimed at further advancing global efforts for the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. The Philippines supports all efforts that will establish a definitive path towards resolving the Palestine issue peacefully and realizing the two-state solution grounded in international law and in the UN General Assembly's established positions. Indeed, this enduring and complicated Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains a strategic piece in achieving a comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East. In this regard, the Philippines would like to reiterate the following. First, the Philippines firmly supports the two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. We believe that this remains the most viable and sustainable pathway to resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is essential to the realization of a lasting peace. This conflict will only end when Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in their own sovereign, independent states, in peace, dignity, harmony, and prosperity, and where their rights, aspirations, and security are recognized and upheld. Second, we also firmly support direct dialogue between Israel and Palestine and all stakeholders for the realization of the two-state solution. This conflict cannot be resolved through war or vicious cycles of violence. We urge all parties to restore a political horizon for the two-state solution and the peace and stability of the region through meaningful diplomatic dialogues and negotiations based on trust and mutual understanding. We support the intensification and acceleration of international and regional diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving, without delay, a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. We therefore commend and support the efforts by Saudi Arabia, Norway, and the European Union for spearheading the Global Alliance for the implementation of a Palestinian state and a two-state solution. Third, we support a complete and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, and the provision of humanitarian assistance for those affected by the conflict. A permanent ceasefire will remove the significant security and political obstacles to delivering aid across Gaza and increase urgent life-saving humanitarian support. Fourth, we remain gravely concerned over the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, which has resulted in an alarming number of casualties, particularly women and children. In this regard, we call on all parties to adhere to their obligations under international law and international humanitarian law, with particular emphasis on the protection of civilians, especially women and children, and the facilitation of the rapid, unhindered, and safe humanitarian relief for all civilians in need in Gaza. Fifth, we firmly support the acceptance of Palestine as a member of the United Nations, a position that has been consistently supported by an overwhelming majority of the General Assembly. Toward this end, we support steps that would further expand Palestine's involvement in various UN processes that would eventually pave its full membership in this august body. Six, the Philippines affirms its readiness to form part of UN-led peacekeeping and/or humanitarian contingent in Gaza, contributing peacekeepers, teachers, and/or medical workers if authorized by the UN Security Council. The Philippines reiterates its enduring support and cooperation as we work together and commit to ending war, upholding justice, respecting human rights, promoting sustainable development, and maintaining international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Philippines, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden.
Co-chairs, I am here today to reaffirm Sweden's commitment to peace, justice, and a two-state solution. The ongoing war, beginning with the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas, has led to a level of suffering in Gaza that is hard to imagine. It is in the interest of all states to not only bring the current war to an end, but to ensure a sustainable two-state solution. I would therefore like to express Sweden's appreciation to France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this conference. Sweden has consistently advocated for a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on international law and mutual recognition. We stand firm in our support of both states' right to freedom and security. Sweden recognized the State of Palestine in 2014. Our long-standing commitment to peace in the Middle East dates back to 1948 and the efforts of Swedish UN mediator Folke Bernadotte, who advocated for a peaceful and sustainable resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and emphasized the importance of humanitarian efforts during wartime. This commitment lives on to this day. This conflict must not continue indefinitely. The two-state solution requires bold leadership and difficult compromises by both Israel and Palestine. Both parties must come to the negotiating table with a genuine commitment to peace, and the international community must be ready to support. Let me share a few specific examples of how the Swedish government provides concrete support to a two-state solution. Sweden remains the largest contributor to the EU police mission to Palestine and continues to support the EU border mission, key to capacity building in the security sector and to promoting rule of law. We have a well-established cooperation between our central bank and its Palestinian and Israeli counterparts, and Sweden has provided over $100 million in humanitarian support since the start of the war in Gaza, in addition to our long-term development cooperation in Palestine and our substantial core support to the UN agencies active there. We must also hold accountable those who undermine peace through violence or unilateral actions. Any steps towards territorial or demographic changes are unacceptable. Sweden calls for EU sanctions against extremist Israeli ministers who promote illegal settlement policies and counteract a future two-state solution. It is completely indefensible to block the distribution of humanitarian aid to civilians in need. Sweden demands that the Israeli government act immediately to alleviate the human suffering and allow unrestricted and sustained humanitarian access to all parts of Gaza at scale and in line with humanitarian principles and international humanitarian law. It is totally unacceptable that children are now starving to death in Gaza, while the aid workers who are there to help are being attacked. Let us not forget that starvation of civilians as a method of warfare constitutes a war crime. And we demand again and again that Hamas immediately and unconditionally release its hostages. We also firmly reiterate that Hamas cannot have a role in the future governance of Gaza. Let me be clear. The path to peace is neither quick nor easy, but it is a path necessary taking through irreversible steps. Today marks a new chapter of intensified efforts. We call on all parties to return to the negotiating table with courage, respect for international law, and a commitment to the dignity and human rights of Israelis and Palestinians alike. Sweden stands ready to support meaningful dialogue, to uphold the principles of justice, and to work with our partners in the international community to turn hope into reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sweden. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro.
Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to thank France and Saudi Arabia for their leadership in convening this important conference. We also commend the efforts of the United Nations and all mediators working tirelessly to alleviate the human suffering and advance the just and lasting peace in the Middle East. Montenegro strongly condemns the heinous terrorist attack carried out on October 7, 2023, and reiterates that targeting civilians is unacceptable under any circumstances. We remain deeply concerned by the scale of human suffering, particularly in Gaza, where civilians continue to bear the brunt of violence. We welcome the recent steps taken to improve humanitarian access and strongly encourage their continuation and expansion. Humanitarian assistance must reach all those in need safely and without delay. Mr. Chair, Montenegro has long supported a peaceful resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict through the implementation of the two-state solution, in line with international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. As one of the countries that recognize the state of Palestine, our position remains rooted in the conviction that both the Palestinian and Israeli people have an equal and inherent right to live in peace, security, and dignity, each within a sovereign, independent state. We are deeply concerned by devastating humanitarian toll of the ongoing hostilities. The loss of innocent lives, particularly among children and civilians, is unacceptable. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and enduring peace, the release of all hostages, and the protection of civilians in full accordance with international humanitarian law. Montenegro stands ready, within its means and in partnership with others, to support international efforts aimed at recovery, reconstruction, and institutional strengthening of Palestine. In this context, we also underscore the indispensable role of UNRWA and the broader UN system in addressing urgent humanitarian needs and supporting long-term development. Mr. Chair, let this conference serve not only as a reaffirmation of our shared principles, but as a concrete step towards prevailing peace. We must seize this moment to recommit ourselves to the two-state solution, not as a distant aspiration, but as a political imperative grounded in justice, mutual recognition, and the shared prosperity of all people in the region. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Montenegro. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Haiti.
Excellencies, co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Republic of Haiti at this high-level international conference convened by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution. As early as March 17, 1949, Haiti was one of the first founding members of the United Nations to recognize the creation of the State of Israel shortly after its declaration of independence, thus affirming its commitment to the principles of law and international legitimacy. At the same time, and always faithful to Article 1, Paragraph 2 of the United Nations Charter, Haiti has consistently supported the right of peoples to self-determination and has, for several decades now, called for the legal recognition of a sovereign and viable Palestinian state. Thus, the Republic of Haiti and Palestine sealed their mutual commitment on September the 27th, 2013, through the signing of a joint communiqué establishing diplomatic relations at the embassy level in accordance with the 1961 Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. This initiative demonstrates the will of both peoples to promote friendship, cooperation, and mutual respect based on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination, which are guaranteed by the UN Charter. This diplomatic relationship, in place now for over a decade, is an important milestone in Haiti's solidarity with the just Palestinian cause. Co-chairs, today Haiti reaffirms its full and unwavering support for the creation of a Palestinian state in accordance with paragraph 2, line 2 of Resolution 7520, which calls on the international community to promote the effective exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, particularly its right to self-determination, and to mobilize all forms of assistance in its favor. It's also important to ensure that Palestinian children no longer continue to die of hunger. In accordance with Resolution A/Res/79/81, adopted on December 3rd, 2024, we emphasize the need for a comprehensive, just, and lasting settlement of the question of Palestine. We urge the State of Israel and the State of Palestine to overcome the divisions of the past and to re-engage without delay in a genuine dialogue in order to jointly chart out a future of peaceful coexistence and shared prosperity. In conclusion, Haiti calls for a concerted effort on the part of the international community. Diplomats, regional organizations, and donors must work together to build trust, remove political, security, and humanitarian obstacles, and support a viable peace process. At this decisive moment, we hope to see this Assembly write a new page of history where justice and dignity prevail. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Haiti. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Thank you, co-chairs. Australia very much appreciates the leadership of the Republic of France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in co-chairing this conference. We acknowledge the efforts of the working group chairs towards achieving tangible progress towards a two-state solution. 77 years ago, the global community envisioned two states, the State of Israel and the State of Palestine. Australia shares the frustration of the great majority of countries that a Palestinian state still does not exist today. A two-state solution remains the only hope of breaking the endless cycle of violence, the only hope of a just and enduring peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike. On 29 July, Australia and 14 countries released the New York Call, which makes clear that recognition of a state of Palestine is an essential step to a two-state solution. The statement is upfront about the challenges we face, including with the terrorist group Hamas, which we condemn unequivocally and call upon to release all hostages immediately and unconditionally. The statement expresses our determination to work on an architecture for the day after to guarantee the disarmament of Hamas and its exclusion from Palestinian governance. And we acknowledge the support from the Arab League and other key countries in the region to end Hamas' grip on Gaza. Australia welcomes the important commitments made by the Palestinian Authority, condemning the 7 October terrorist attacks, calling for the liberation of hostages and the disarmament of Hamas, committing to terminate the prisoner payment system, committing to school reform, committing to calling elections within a year to trigger generational renewal, and accepting the principle of a demilitarized Palestinian state. These are significant steps that demonstrate the Palestinian Authority is seeking to play its part as a partner for peace. Australia will continue to support the Palestinian Authority as it pursues the path of reform, including through our capacity building and governance initiatives. Co-chairs, Australia is gravely concerned by actions of the Israeli government which are undermining the prospects of two states, including relentless settlement expansion and ongoing impunity for settlement violence. We call on Israel to engage on the question of Palestinian statehood. The world is moving, and a two-state solution is essential for Israel's long-term security. Co-chairs, Australia will keep working with other countries to make a two-state solution a reality, and we urge the whole international community to do the same. Co-chairs, we cannot forget that while we gather, a humanitarian catastrophe is taking place in Gaza. The situation has gone beyond the world's worst fears. Australia is a part of the international call on Israel to comply immediately with its obligations under international law, including removing restrictions on aid and allowing the United Nations and humanitarian actors to do their life-saving work. Israel's excuses and explanations are untenable and without credibility. We reaffirm our call for an immediate return to a ceasefire in Gaza, which offers the best hope of ending the suffering of Gazans and returning the hostages to their families. Australia is committed to a future where both the Israeli and Palestinian peoples can live in peace and safety within secure and internationally recognized borders. Until that day, every effort must be made here and now to safeguard innocent life and end the unacceptable suffering and starvation of the people of Gaza. Thank you.
أشكر الممثل الموقر.
I thank the distinguished.
أعطي الكلمة.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Peace and blessings of God be upon you. Co-chairs, Excellencies, At the outset, I would like to express the appreciation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic for chairing this historic meeting, which reflects collective commitment to achieving a comprehensive, just, and sustainable peace in the Middle East on the basis of the two-state solution. We share the international community's decades-long support of the vision of the two-state solution as the only way to resolve the conflict. Nevertheless, we also stress the need to implement and comply with relevant United Nations resolutions as they represent a political and legal commitment and an indispensable fundamental pillar for achieving peace and stability in the region. Israel is carrying out systemic crimes including aggression, genocide, destruction, displacement, starvation, and blockade on the Gaza Strip. This is in addition to its illegal policies of settlement expansion, annexation, and ethnic cleansing. Israel also plans to impose its so-called sovereignty over the West Bank, including the occupied city of Jerusalem, and targets Islamic and Christian holy sites, all of which constitute flagrant violations of international law and the relevant UN resolutions. In this regard, we call for an end to all such violations, the imposition of an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the provision of adequate and sustainable humanitarian assistance, the withdrawal of the Israeli occupation forces from the Gaza Strip, and the return of the proceeds of the Palestinian taxes illegally withheld by the Israeli occupation authorities. This release would enable the Palestinian government to meet its obligations throughout the Palestinian territory. We also emphasize the necessity of implementing the Arab Islamic Plan for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. Excellencies, we highly appreciate the positions of the countries that have recognized the State of Palestine, especially the announcements made by His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron of France and His Excellency Prime Minister of the United Kingdom Keir Starmer, of their respective countries' intention to recognize the State of Palestine next September. This comes in affirmation of and in fundamental support for the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the establishment of their independent state. We urge all states that have not yet done so to fulfill their duty to recognize the State of Palestine and to support its full membership in the United Nations as a fundamental pillar for the protection of the two-state solution and the achievement of peace and stability in the region. We also reaffirm our commitment to support UNRWA, and we call for the provision of political support, sustainable funding, and legal protection for UNRWA. We stress the need for UNRWA to continue its vital and irreplaceable role. In conclusion, we affirm with all international partners to transform our goals and collective commitments into practical and irreversible steps. This is to embody justice and peace through the implementation of the two-state solutions. This must lead to an end to the illegal Israeli occupation and colonial settlement in occupied Palestinian territory. This must also enable the Palestinian people to exercise their inalienable rights, including the right to self-determination and the establishment of a sovereign state within the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, as well as the right of return for refugees under the relevant UN resolutions, especially Resolution 194. Thank you for your kind attention.
أشكر الممثل الموقر لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي. أعطي الكلمة الآن.
Thank the distinguished representative of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and now give the floor to the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf.